And now my plan is to just get the ball rolling on this solo Wyll adventure to once and for all defeat the Netherbrain, hopefully. And I'm just about to do the Druid Grove, and I just had to make sure that everything was primed and ready for this. And as it seems, it's actually not. I do need to go and collect a buff before I finally go. I don't need to collect the buff, but it will definitely be very helpful. So I'm just going to go and collect the Ethel buff from the well over here by the hag's lair. So I'm just going to do that right now, and then I'm going to proceed and go into the grove fight to do that bit, and then probably a bit of cleanup after I'm done with that, hopefully with success, and then I'm going to fight. I think Grim is the only boss, and then the hag. But outside of that, I think Grim is the only boss I still need to do. So I'll be doing that, I think, in that order. But I need to just quickly get my bearings here. All right. So if I go into this, probably this can be done multiple ways. But like, I haven't killed the red caps, which I don't like to fight the red caps. I know that you can fight them by outranging the whole person spell, and then that becomes possible that way, but I'm still not a big fan of killing them before I have that ring for it. And with the strategy that I'm going with, it's going to be okay. I don't desperately need it either. So ring from the well. And there is, where is the buff? Oh wait, I don't get the buff because of the Armor of Agathis. See, I actually didn't know that. Okay, so the well buff doesn't stack with the Armor of Agathis buff. Okay, fair enough. The action itself, throwing the Armor of Agathis in the fight, I think is going to be too expensive anyway. So that's fine. That's good. That's okay. Right. Okay, so I'm going to be, for my own sake, I'm going to do a bit of brainstorming just to kind of get my bearings about how it is that I usually do this. Also, because it's been a while, and I actually want this character to succeed. Okay, I think I can go to the platform and just discuss the whole situation from up there, and the kinds of things that went into consideration of this, not particularly this encounter maybe, but like also on the long-term planning here. A couple of things here. So the arena, yeah, well, let's say that the idea is that I also release this as part of a YouTube sequence. So I do want to kind of discuss a little bit more, welcoming to people who maybe would be watching and have no idea what's going on otherwise. This is my Wyll solo run attempt number 60. So many Wylls have died before this guy, and to make this guy possible, basically. So a couple of things that has gone into this. The warlock in itself is the base origin. That means that the warlock has all of the stuff that Wyll comes with, basically. So that means he has the fiend background. He has his quirk where he has only one eye, which means that, for instance, you cannot get the Volo eye, you cannot get the eye from the hag either. Outside of that, the only thing I've really changed is the stat roll, which is very odd. Perhaps I think the one of the things that I've done is that I've dumped my dex to 12, where normally I would probably go with a 16, because high dex is very valuable. Obviously, it does have a couple of problems in built into that, because the 12 dex also completely hampers my initiative. So that's very bad in this encounter in particular. That's bad. But so I maxed out my constitution because I have a high dependency on the haste spell in encounters where, because I'm an Eldritch Blaster, I want to pump out as much damage as possible, and Eldritch Blast is a haste spell is very effective for that in particular. The reason I have the haste spell also is because the haste spell is part of the Pact of the Tome kit that Wyll is equipped with. So he's not a Pact of the Blade, he's Pact of the Tome warlock. And that is because where Pact of the Blade probably overall is a better subclass, a better pact to choose in many ways, Pact of the Tome has some very, very nice versatility in there. It has the call lightning spell, which is pretty great in many situations. I mean, even with the Eldritch Blast being strong, it can still be good. It has an animate death spell in there, which I also really like, and it has the haste spell. I mean, that's just part of it, and that is just, the haste spell is just great. Unless this phase fails horribly, it will be very clear once we get to the fighting that really works. Outside of that, I've gone into a 14 wisdom, which I like. I just like a high wisdom score. And then I rolled with a 16 in charisma, and that has been increased to 18 through an ASI, an ability score increase, +2 to charisma. And the reason why I don't go with an uneven stat is because with the Ethel Hag's hair and the Mirror of Loss extra charisma bonus, you actually get to an even stat in Act 3. And that just appeals more to me, and I can take those stat points and distribute them elsewhere, which I prefer. So even if it becomes a little bit, it's not very strong. I mean, if I got the Hag's hair very early, that would maybe that could have taken me to, let's say, a higher charisma score overall. Maybe I could have done something with that. But this way, I feel like this works for me. So it's very individual. For the invocations, Wyll has the Agonizing Blast, which adds his charisma to his Eldritch Blasts, which is also part of why a high charisma score is necessary, but also actually because of the hit rating. You hit jack shit in Act 1, but part of the solution is to increase your charisma score. Then I have the Repelling Blast, and then finally I have the, let's just say, where did it go? It doesn't show. It is the armor, the mage armor, the Armor of Shadows incantation. It gives you an unlimited use of mage armor as long as you're unarmored, and with the Infernal Robe that has an innate armor class and a shield, that puts me at 18 armor class. It's not particularly wonderful, but it is what it is. It works as long as I'm not being destroyed by the spider. So I'll have to see what happens. Another thing that I did, back to the encounter here, and for the summons, I've chosen the skeleton, which I could have chosen the zombie, which is very good, but I like the skeleton. And then we have Shovel here in the background. Yes, and part of the what I've realized is that if you don't kill Arca in the prison in the early game where she's guarding Sasa in the Druid Grove, she actually participates in this fight, which is it means something, because it's going to hold off one of the very dangerous soul spiders just a little bit. Another thing real quick is that from losing another character to this, I found out that going to this location, kiting Minthara to here, can be very dangerous, because Minthara has a tendency to buff herself with fire damage on her weapon attack, and she has a bonus action as well, and she doesn't mind attacking these smoke powder bombs. So if you are located anywhere inside of the area of Cannon's Grave, she doesn't mind going up and blowing herself up to get to you. So that happened as well. So probably the fight will be mostly me standing over here by Zevlor and kind of piggybacking off of the fact that I have a tank here, and then probably moving a bit this way. What I cannot what I can hope for, but what I cannot control with the low decks, I added the Bow of Awareness for extra initiative to kind of help me out a little bit. But what I can hope for is to get a turn before the Sapper, who's called Sapper Moke, who spawns just next to the barrels over here. If I don't get the drop on him, probably I'll be dealing with goblins flying all over the place. We'll have to see what happens. The idea is that I'll be hasted, so with my spell arsenal, I will not be casting Hunger of Hadar on the ground. I will not be casting Cloud of Daggers, anything else to deal with the goblins. So in the event that I'm not able to protect the entrance and the sappers get there and destroy the entrance, my hope is that I have enough firepower to kill the 2 spiders, and then following that, I'll have to see what the situation is. Either I need to go and destroy the ladder over here and kind of control the encounter that way, or I'll have to maybe kite, maybe go up the small little lookout spot up here and kite the stuff up there. But I'll have to see what the situation is. In terms of gear, I'll be using the haste helm, which is found in the Blighted Village, the Infernal Robe, which is a reward from the Korka quest, not the Korka, the Karlach quest that Wyll has. I'll be using the Hellrider's Pride together with the Amulet of Restoration. The bonus action heals will help me keep Zevlor alive for, I don't know, 3-4 turns longer, which is enough, I feel. So the Hellrider Pride, when I heal other targets, will cast the Blade Ward. So that in tandem should work really well. Then I'll just keep the Boots of Speed, because bonus action is not necessarily very important on Wyll. So I can deal with losing the bonus action to a click heals effect. I'll be precasting Jump, giving me 10 turns of maybe 9 or 8 turns of extra jump, which is pretty great. The Bow of Awareness for extra initiative. I don't need the ranged power of the other bow options. And then I'll be buffing the Arcane Blessing, the Bless from the Staff of the Arcane Blessing, which is probably the mainstay of the whole fight. Because with this buff, which will persist because it's not concentration throughout the fight, I get that added attack rolls bonus from the Mistra Blessing. So even if the bless spell goes away when I then subsequently cast my haste spell, I will still be maintaining a +2 d4 to spell attack rolls, which is going to be paramount to killing the spiders, because the high AC, I believe they have 18 AC or something. It's just so nasty. So I think without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and do that. I will be equipping the Spell Sparkler afterwards, because the second I've hit, I get the +1 to attack. The other option for this is because I can just switch weapons. So the alternative Mel's First Staff gives more or less the same bonus as the Spell Sparkler, because they both give bonus to spell attack rolls. I'm not going to be very dependent on the spell save, because I don't need anything to save, I think. So the Spell Sparkler overall is going to be better. Also because the Eldritch Blasts have 2 bolts per shot. So that's going to be very effective with the Spell Sparkler. But I think I am going to be getting ready to this. And I'll just be blowing this war horn once I'm ready. But I need to go through the sequence of spell casting, and I also need to do a short rest so I get my spell slots back before initiating the fight. So what I'll do is probably casting this, casting the jump spell. I'll be casting the Mistra Blessing, and then turn, and then the Mistra Blessing is up. I'll be equipping the Spell Sparkler, and then I need to equip Crusher Ring, and I also need to cast my haste spell. So I need to do that as fast as possible. And then we quickly go through this. And then we deny Minthara. And we have a bad initiative roll. I think Savamok. Yeah, Savamok is in before us. So now it's going to make... I need to spend just a moment just looking at the setup here. So the idea is that if you can manage to kill this particular goblin in this encounter at the start of the fight, what happens is that he's going to blow up, if not all of the transport barrels, then at least most. And that completely eliminates the threat from the Ogre Brute throwing barrels. Now I'll be having barrels thrown at me in this turn already. So that's going to be a bit of a problem. I mean, I can go and try to kind of eliminate these. Did I forget to use? I forgot to short rest. That's a classic. We'll have to see what I can do without the spell slots. It is what it is. Let me just quickly check. So at this point, I can't kill Savamok. He's going to run here, and then I'll going to have that situation. I guess probably the gate is just going to be... It's not possible to completely safeguard the gate here. So let's just see if I can get my skeleton forward in. I think probably just destroying barrels. Oh, can't even do that. Okay. So one of the major things. Oh, Savamok is now down here. So since question is, I can actually attack this sword spider, which I probably will. I need to turn off the repelling blast, very important, and then we shoot, and then we crit for sure. We had one miss here. Probably I'm going to Healing Word Sevlor to add the Blade Ward to him, because the spider is going to come after him in a moment. And I think I don't need to... Yeah, I don't want to place myself close to any of these oil barrels, because I'm a little bit worried what kind of goblins I'll be facing in a moment. So if I already at this point... Although I don't want to retreat too far away. I think I'll place myself here. I think that will be okay for this round. He throws 2 barrels. 2 goblins. And what are we getting? We're getting a warrior and a Shabai. And the 2 turns of Blade Ward, I hope, is going to keep Sevlor in the fight for at least, I don't know, 2 or 3 turns more, which is what I need. And I still have the chance to kind of piggyback off a little bit off of the fact that the sappers are in the middle. So I could potentially still go and attack the middle sapper and deal some damage there. See, they like to cast grease on the fire and on the oil barrels, so that's the problem there. So the spider is going to go for Kith'rak now and jump to me. And sure. Alright. Okay, this is not the worst situation possible. This is not a dream situation, but it could be a lot worse. Mr. Skeleton should probably just attack this Booyak. I think at this point Mr. Skeleton could be valuable, but more as a auxiliary force in this. Yeah, so now the first spider's down, and now Moke destroys the gate. Which is... What the heck was that? Alright. Did he actually blow up the guy? Okay, no, that he didn't do that. Okay. Alright, so I am in combat with the spider. I have an AC of 29, so I don't mind taking an attack of opportunity with the mirror images. But I would really like to go and blow up the Sapper here. So I do need to kind of figure out how I want to do this. I want to take 2 opportunity attacks. The thing is, there is a particular safe spot right here. This safe spot is a safe spot from the spiders, but not from the goblins. They'll go here and they'll push you down and break your concentration, which is bad. What I want to consider is, can I take out Sapper Gold right here? That is what I want to find out. But moving past this goblin warrior is not good. Oh, this spider's down, so... Let's just see. I'm going to take this attack of opportunity no matter what. And it's a critical hit. Oh well. But it did take some damage from that critical hit. But that kind of changes my priority a little bit. I need to kill this spider now, I think. I want to see if I can't get down that Sapper there. Come on. Okay. So that took care of a lot of stuff there. I'm going to pop my... Wait, I'm not going to... I don't need to protect Seblo just yet. I'm going to use my bonus action to run a little bit away, I think. Now the real question is, though, do I want to kind of take the battle scene to this part of the... Probably not just yet. I think right now I still want to piggyback off of Seblo a little bit here. And probably hide... Just going to go to this location. I don't want to go too far away, and I don't dare stay in this location as long as the goblins are being thrown up there. It feels too dangerous. Good luck, Meriden. This is a great growth defense because I forgot to do my short rest. This is fantastic. Critical hits, all part of the challenge, all part of the fun. Alright, what's going on here? We have, I'm seeing something red over here. Goblin Booyah. This is our old friend. Let's see if we can't kill him. Yes! Thank you, Mr. Skeleton. Right, so I'm just going to keep Mr. Skeleton here, really. So one thing that this encounter never fails to deliver is the threat of the whole person, obviously. So if you can kind of bait the spell slots out of Minthara, that's really optimal. But it seems like it's just. It seems like she likes to misty step to her allies to lay on hands. So if you can manage to find, if you have the time for it, what she likes to do is, for instance, if I go down here and I start shooting the Ogre Brood, what in my experience probably will happen is that she's going to, or she can reach, I think she can reach him by running to him, right? So, but if she has to misty step to the target to heal the target, she's going to prioritize that all over everything else. So that's one thing that would be really nice. At this point, like, I just want to kill off the goblins. Because how many turns? I have 7 turns on the haste. And 6 turns on the Mistral Blessing. So probably I just want to kind of see how it plays out. Keep several alive for as long as possible. And then, yeah, see what happens there. So we're going to go here. And no repelling blast. And just see if we can kill this guy. And then going to heal Eligus and Sevlor here. And then we have another turn, which I could use to wear down Minthara. This is one option. I could use this to wear down Minthara. That's one option. But that's not going to help me. I think what I want to do is I want to make sure that there are targets that she can prioritize to go and heal. So hopefully, and also I have Sevlor up there. So I do have a little bit of a also do have Invisible Shovel who can help me if Minthara decides to go for me with a Misty Step and a whole person, which is of course what I'm fearing. The stairs, the ladder's still up, but given my hit chance, I should still be able to deal with that problem. And then we shoot the Booyark over here. Miss. Probably we'll just have the fight over here by Sevlor. Let's see what Minthara does now. So in my experience, she's going to heal the bugbear. Okay. So I can kind of tap out her charges for that at least until she comes to me. But she has all of her spell slots to my knowledge, which means she can Misty Step and hold person in one round, which is not good. If that happens, I don't want to be fighting a lot of things. But at this point, I can kind of still harass her friends down here. Everybody's probably going to beeline me through the gate now, which I guess is fine. I should be able to kill at least 2 of the small goblins every turn. Oh no, Eligus. Okay. At this point, Mr. Skeleton needs to go to the forefront and utilize his high ground advantage here. So, attacking Mr. Bugbear seems like the good option here. more you can deal with, the better, obviously. And the haste spell is going to run out, and then there'll be kind of a sequence where I need to... And there that was the whole person. Okay, for no reason in particular. Okay, so maybe that solves my problem. Now the imminent danger is upstairs, I think. I'm still 5 turns in the haste. Okay, so... this way? I think keeping the fight up here still makes a lot of sense. Sevlor in whole person is not an immediate danger. The ogre though, the ogre is... Mr. Skeleton is back in action here. Mr. Skeleton just never fails to deliver. Sevlor is in a bit of trouble now. I need to go and get him out of that whole person. Oh, he is out. Okay, then never mind.
No time to waste.
And at this point, I think killing as many goblins as possible is the way to go. And the ogre is coming up, and I need to prioritize the ogre, I think. So that's one full turn, and I mean, this will probably not a one-on-one with Minthara, but with a bit of Sevlor left. Let's see. There's the ogre, and with the low armor class, we're going to shoot him. Go. One HP bugbear coming up. I think we'll be bringing in Shovel here. Okay. Let's see if we can't burst down the ogre. That would be great. And 3 more turns on the haste, so that's already ticking. So I wonder if she has any spells left. That is pretty goddamn important, because if she doesn't, I'll be killing her from this venue. She does not seem to have that. Okay. I'm going to cast my Fire Shield. In the odd case that she decides to Misty Step and kill me or attack me, she has to take fire damage as well, so. What do we have left? She doesn't quite know what she wants to do, but now she's coming for us. Which means that regardless the haste spell, it will run out in one turn. So I will go and use it for the Goblin boss over here. And then I need to evacuate myself just a little bit, which will be, I think, over here. I think it's going to be an okay spot. So I don't know if this guy will actually block the ladder, but we'll have to see. Here she comes. Oh, it doesn't. Okay. And that was the Misty Step, so basically she... Okay. Don't think she has anything left outside of... I'm going to try to fear her. Cannot be done. Can we purchase a turn for Zevlor by dismissing our invisibility? We'll see. And the enmity, okay, that's great. But the enmity goes on Zevlor and not on us. She still has the bless. We're out of the problems now, but we'll see. Okay, so the question is, do I deal with a low hit chance, or do I simply initiate the Core Lightning? I think we'll do the Core Lightning. And there's a saving throw involved, but still. Be moving a little bit away here. So the mobility should get her all the way to me. So probably what she's going to do is she's going to dash and she's going to stand next to me in the next turn. It's my immediate guess. So we're just going to take a pounding here. Probably the Core Lightning is about the same value as the Eldritch Blast, approximately. So I'm going to be standing here. I'm not. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. No, that was not intended. Oh well, the Fire Shield will do a bit of work there. And there we go. I don't know if the spell slots that I could have... I don't know if they could have done anything like really, really valuable. Mostly it's the Eldritch Blast spam with the haste spell that does the work. So we're going to have a very, very quick party here. Very quick party.
The grove stands. Nate's up tomorrow morning.
Everybody's going to be very, very happy. And Wyll will be going to bed alone.
Buzz of celebration quiets to a soothing hum as you approach your bunk. You've picked up a few you sleep a
I trust you enjoyed your the journey specifically. Any who linger are. Nature speaks to me. By all look, if you can find this place, the decision is yours. But I'd favor I've long sought to return to Moon.
May Sylvanas guide us. See you, Meriden. Have a good one. Alright, I'll be looting these corpses and then proceeding to deal with the next encounter. I think the Grim encounter might be up now. Just need to get my bearings. Let's just loot our friends. Where they're going, they're not going to be needing these items. Shipping to camp. All right. Okay. Okay, so I think I'm completely done here. I just need to go and loot the last goblins, and then I'll be off to the next thing. So normally I wouldn't say that that getting to level 6 before doing Grim is particularly necessary. Probably I will be doing a sort of a half cheese where I cast the Hunger of Hadar spell in the middle of the room to kind of control his movement. This is one way of dealing with Grim. The other way is to the other more traditional way, at least from what I can tell from other people, myself included, is that jumping around the platforms is the way to go. And then obviously when you do this fight, you can also kind of utilize that Grim has a very predictable pattern of moving in the early stages. So you can get him in I think 3 or 4 turns or something if you position him the right way. But there are still a couple of random factors in the fight that I need to kind of respect just a little bit before I decide. But probably I'll be doing it at the end of the act, I think. I don't necessarily need the critical strike immunity from the Grymforge items, so I don't need to do it right now. I'll just clean up, I think. Let me just check. think I have enough money as it is. And then the question is, did I actually also kill all of the... It's always very confusing to resume a game that you've had on pause. Some of the experience here, the way the tabs, the pins that I put up are to be done at a later point to maximize XP. And others are because there are things there that I have not yet killed. I think I'll be going in and see if I've already dealt with Dror Ragzlin, for instance. And then we want... Oh yeah, that's the one thing you don't want to do. Okay, so that could have been lethal. Let's just quickly see, can I deal with this in a good way? Actually, I think I can. If I miss a step here. Let's see what they do. This is kind of the one thing you don't want to your end to run like your run to end with is this. But kind of is what it is. These don't give any XP because normally everybody kind of makes a check to go through the door there. Okay. Let's just haste our ways out of this. Hello, Ginger. How are you doing? Apparently, if you enter the Goblin camp after having killed Minthara and the Grove, the goblins inside of the Sanctum are hostile to you. Who would have known? But like, I just forgot and just went in there straight up, like with no precaution. I'm just going to check if Dror Ragzlin is alive because this is like I think 2 or 3 weeks since I last played this, so this will be kind of, you know, where was I? If you want to do like a series of one run where you just, it takes, I mean, for me it takes a lot of mental preparation to do this. It's actually incredible how much mental preparation it takes to do this, and when you never have the time for that, then it is what it is. There's still a couple of goblins here. Mental preparation is a thing, apparently. Let us just get, let's see, you know. I did the Grove defense. That was, yeah, and that was like I thought I had everything prepared, and then I forgot to restock my spell slots just before the fight. So I did the fight without the spell slots, and it still went okay. But the haste spell is just, it's a, I think everybody agrees it's strong, but it's I think it's even stronger than people want to admit to. It's stupidly strong. I'm just going to see if I can't kill Dror Ragzlin, and then I think I need to go and kill Grim. I think Grim is next up, actually. Oh, Dror Ragzlin is alive. Alright. So now I kind of need to remember how it is that I do him. But I think what I want to go and do, just before they patch that up in the next patch, is go and get the spiders here to join up with me for the fight. And then I don't want... Or do I want the Hellrider? No, I don't want the Hellrider Pride. I don't have anything better, really. Then I would have to go and get the armor gloves from the Underdark from the Grymforge. I don't have anything better, really, honestly. Okay, let's go and free the spiders. Probably yes. That is probably true. Hello, spiders. I'm your friend. I really am. There we go.
Spider relaxes like she's...
And then really random. Don't talk to the spiders. After the first talk, I think they go hostile for no reason. Okay. I just like having the spiders in this fight, I have to say. Is this just stupid? This is just stupid. Okay. Alright, let's see. Still using the Spell Sparkler. I think it is slightly better for this character and for what I want to do here than the other one. Alright, so a well-placed Hunger of Hadar by the door, I guess. Let's see. I actually forgot a couple of things that doesn't make any sense for getting, but that's because I'm being a little bit impatient. Obviously, I need to go and summon my things because my things work. Go. And it is part of the toolkit. Come on. Come on, Wyll. Another thing that you could do is destroy these oaken doors and have the fight channel through this entrance. Maybe that in some way would be better than the other entrance. I'm not quite sure. I think I want to try the other thing. Never done that before, so let's try that out. I think I'll go with the zombie. For the fun of it. Then want to have my place you here. There's a couple of things to consider in this encounter, like just a couple of small things. Like now I'm going into combat without my haste spell, so if that was a big problem, then I would need to do the long rest. But I think we can manage without. But there is a couple of things. There is a Booyark that likes to cast the I forget what the name of that is. The Void Bulb, which is very dangerous. So Ragzlin actually is not even the most dangerous thing here, because he's kind of, I mean, he's very, very fast. That's one thing, but like the Booyark here does some control things that will really, really make your day like really, really bad. And that's kind of one argument to not blowing up this door, is that you miss out on that bit of control that would otherwise give you. Funneling them through here would be kind of interesting, and then I could place a Hunger of Hadar, and then hopefully they'll run through. But I don't know for sure that they will run through because they have an alternative. So probably I don't want to take that chance. So I'm just going to go over here and do the pre-buff, and then we need some way to aggro them. Let's see what happens if we open the doors. Okay. Okay. I think the traditional way of starting this fight, let's see if I have both awareness on, good, is to go to this location over here and shoot down. That is at least one way to get the ball rolling. You just don't want them to overwhelm you in turn one, and you definitely don't want the Booyark using his or her shenanigans on you. I think this is the guy. So I think we need just to blast that goblin to bits. And then before we initiate the fight, I'm just going to use my spell slots, because why not? This is after all one of the advantages of... So that actually means... Oh, I can't do that. Do I have anything I want to precast here? No. Not really. I could cast invisibility. After all, why not? Ooh. And then Okay, and no repelling blast. Just kill, please. Okay, here we go. This is the epic fight between me and Warrior Hug that we all have come to love. And I think that the rest of the team is fighting something else. Are we all fighting the same thing? Oh, jeez. We have Devout Cry over here. Question is... we'll be hopping back here. Recasting the jump spell in every fight is also recommended. But if you forget it, then... oh, yeah. But Ragzlin pretty much is one of those mini bosses that is... that really is a big challenge. If you have no idea how to handle it, and also a bit of something where you don't want to kind of wake up and then just go straight into the fight, because then you do something stupid. He has a very high mobility and a very long jump, so he can basically like traverse, I don't know, the whole place in one turn. I think we cannot jump up because I was an idiot to forget about... can we? It's too high. It's too damn high. Just going to blast this guy with both hits, I think. Just to be sure. And I think I'll go for the... perhaps I'll go for the Hunger of Hate next turn. Let's see. Yeah. The drum beating at the moment is, if the goblins beat the drum anywhere in the goblin camp, it just locks you out of all of the quests for the goblin camp. Minthara will not talk to you, Dror will not talk to you, everybody will be hostile in their places. It's a little bit like that Larian programmed it as such that there is a specific kind of setting, mode or setting or whatever, where if the goblins are hostile to you, or if any kind of NPC is hostile to you, that's one setting, and if they're not hostile to you, that's a different setting. So that, for instance, what is it, the Crêche, for instance, like you can murder hobo everybody, but the second that you the second that you talk to a walkers and stuff, it's like the drum beat from the goblin camp, basically. At least that's how I read it. So you could call that effect the drum beat effect, which it makes sense, I guess. Like, it makes a lot of sense for the roleplay. It makes a lot of sense for the game as a whole, and whatnot. But it's a little bit the way it works is a little bit maybe unsatisfying, I guess. And odds are that a lot of people who haven't played the game before is going to suffer from this particular effect. So I'm going to do this just for the funsies. I have no idea if this is going to have the effect that I wanted to have. I forget if Dror can actually just jump all the way up here, so we'll have to see about that as well. So, but I am going to just move this way. Okay, that was pretty lucky. Why did he decide to do that? Yeah, and that's kind of, but that goes into like the whole, in my opinion. But that's something I've felt like since playing the game for the first couple of playthroughs, is that Act 1 seems very fleshed out. Act 2 already does not feel the same way to me, and Act 3 definitely feels not the same way. It's beautifully made. The architects who did all the artwork are absolute geniuses at that. Very beautiful. But the mechanics of what's going on doesn't feel that way to me. Look at the movement speed. It's absolutely bonkers. Yeah. Alright, so at this point I kinda need to... Oh, where are we going? If I go forward and shoot him back into the Hunger of Hater, that is going to potentially put me in a bad situation. So what I could do is I could drag the fight. Probably I want to drag the fight out a little bit. Casting another Hunger of Hater is not that particularly interesting. Alternatively, I could go. I think I'll go. And then I'm going to Repelling Blast. Oh, I can't shoot him. Why is that? Okay. And then just use my spell slot for this instead. Don't know if he's going to get all the way to me, but we'll have to see. Probably he is. What happens? Oh, the knockdown. All right. The knockdown. Let's see. What do we want to do? What do we want to do? So he's upstairs now, right? So I don't particularly mind that. How do I get him downstairs? So if I stay down here, I should be able to get him to move towards me down the stairs. Let's see. So do I want to grab a... Probably want to use my bonus action for a bit of healing. I just had to go and let the cat out, so I didn't even see it happening. So I could equip a different item, which I think I will. Question is, I need to equip the Ring of Jumping for sure. And then we end the turn, and I'll see what he... Oh, he's going to throw. Oh, that's stupid. I forgot about the throwing. Am I going to die here? Oh, not yet. Okay. I forgot about the throwing. So he decided to stay on the rafters, which is not very fortunate. So I probably want to drag him into this part of the area, right? This is a bonus action, which means that I cannot get out. I need to begin with the dash action. I don't think he's going to jump down. Famous last words. At this point, can he go somewhere and hit me? Where is he? Oh, he can definitely do that. I don't want to stay here. So I'm going to click my heals. And then I think I'm going to stay. I want to go into this part. Or do I want to go into? I don't want to go all the way into her chambers. I wish I had some fire source that I could set off all of this with. I just want to make sure that I can kind of outrun him. If I go here, I think what he's going to do is he's going to... I need to go to this location at least. And end my turn here. Oh, wait, I forgot that I have a friend. This is classic me. Let's bring the friend. Let us bring the friend. He's getting down. Let us bring the friends. He's just a fast guy. Alright, so Wyll is currently here. Dror is over here, being very, very dangerous. And I don't think I can jump all the way over here with a jump spell. I don't want to flee the battle, so what can we do? What can we do with a drunken sailor? I wonder if Dror is going to see the zombie up here. He's not. Okay. So if I want to use the jump action, this is probably the turn. Because the alternatives are not that strong. I want the jump action. And then I want my Club of Hill Giant Strength. And then I want to move a little in this direction. Comes the rage. Right. Let's see if I still know how to do this. So if I go over here, he's going to be running towards me through the rafter region, and I don't like those odds. And his speed is going to outmatches me with speed, so that is not a particularly good thing for me. Is there anything else I want equipped? The Arcane Blessing is going to increase my odds of hitting him. 14 AC, I think I'm still going to be pretty good. If I can just manage to get him like in a situation where I can actually also push him down, I think that's going to be good. I want to get upstairs. I want to get upstairs. But how do I do that? I think I'm going to try this out. We'll have to see. If it fails, it fails. That's not fair. That is not fair. Come back, Dror. So I wonder actually if I if I go up here, and if I go into stealth, this is something I realized playing the rogue a little bit, is that sometimes when I use the stealth action, what happens effectively is that the monsters are not seeing me as if I was invisible. So if I use the stealth action here where he can't see me, is he going to go for the zombie? Because that would be an advantage. I want to find out, actually. No matter what, I want to find out. So I am going to pass the turn. I'm going to use mass healing word here. No, wait. This is a bonus action, and then I'll be stealthy. And we'll see. Does this take up a little bit of my movement? Not much. Let's see. And he goes back. Okay, see, that's good for me. That is good for me. And then that proceeds to give me the turn. So, but I wonder if he's going to just go out of combat if I don't act quickly. That's the worry here. So I need to be very close to him to be able to hit him at this point. This might be super duper dangerous. Is this close enough? I need to, for my own sake, I need to kind of figure out what goes on with this, and I kind of need to do it in a little bit of a chicken way here. I need to be a little bit careful here and end my turn. And see what happens. Yeah, he's in combat, but he doesn't go for me. That is extremely important here for me. Okay. Very, very important. Let's try and see here. Let's see how far he can get. The mobility of this guy is just insane. And he's in a bit of a bad position. I mean, if I can hit him, I should be able to knock him down. Let's try and see if that works.
There's an illithid parasite in that corpse.
Okay, good riddance. Good riddance. Okay. But having that zombie to help me out with the positioning of Dror was just absolutely gold. Like, that was just so good. That was great. Yep, GG. Okay. Probably going for... I would love to utilize the Psionic Overload more. I think with repeated attacks, this is phenomenal. With a haste spell and the Psionic Overload on the warlock is so good. I mean, the amount of extra damage you're getting from the Psionic Overload is insane, but the penalty for taking damage can be pretty severe with my setup. So I am a little bit on the fence with using it, but I am a big Psionic Overload enjoyer. I need to long rest before I head into the rest of the goblin camp. I think there are a couple of goblins still in there. They want to kill me at this point. So I don't quite know about the Hunger of Hadar in this situation. I was actually considering choosing the Fireball over the Hunger of Hadar, but it just feels like such a stupid decision because the Hunger of Hadar is so incredibly strong. So I don't know for sure which is the best pick. But the Fireball has that advantage that it can be cast even outside of the concentration. And these guys just didn't get the memo. Okay, hello. Okay, 4. Okay, what are we fighting? Okay. And it's getting to the point where when I'm playing the warlock this way with the very low armor class. Oh, I even forgot to buff myself. I want to do that for sure. It's getting to that point where I need to think about my armor class a little bit more. But in principle, I could go to Act 2 as well. So there Act 2 to collect stuff. So there is that, which I will probably do because everything else is just very, very greedy with the rule set that I'm running, not using, not taking the items that are available to me is too dangerous. So I will go to Act 2 and the Crêche to collect the stuff that I need before actually going to do stuff like Grim and things. I might as well. Alright. So let's hop on out of here, get our bearings. Yeah, so these are the things that's still left to fight. But at this point, I'm going to hop to King's Rest and just go straight to the Crêche and just open up the Crêche. Let's open up the Crêche. I like to keep the spider silk armor. I can't really say why, because I'm never going to use it. But it's like it's potentially such a great and very versatile piece of gear. I mean, the 12 AC is not fantastic. And with the alternative that I have on this character, that means basically going down 2 points of AC. Because the mage armor obviously only works with the robe. So, that's that. But probably I will be fighting Grim. I think it's level 5 or level 6 or something. Just because I think it's even no matter if I choose to do the jump strategy where I use the jump spell from the ring and then jump around using the Club of Hill Giant Strength along with the Crusher Ring for extra movement speed. No matter if I do the generic jump and slam strategy, or if I do the other thing, it's not going to get much better with levels. The encounter is going to have the same dangers in there, no matter when you choose to do it. I think you can even do it at level 4 or earlier. I mean, you can do it at level 1, obviously, but doing it earlier as well is not going to make that much of a difference. You can even beeline it just to get it out of the way and just practice that routing. That routing for your strategy. Wow, nice. Don't think she has anything I want outside of food. Graceful Cloth is... I can kill her for that later. Yes. Let's go. Happy. Go. And then there is that one thing that with the Crêche, with the XP that you get from exploring the Crêche, I think the XP is a bit higher at level 6 as opposed to level 5. But I think it's just a little bit. Right. So if this is not possible to operate, we need to go down through the mined area, which is, I think, only dangerous if you walk. I think it's 1 or 2 places where it can be a little bit interesting. We're just going to get the perception check for the first bomb here. There it is. That trap can throw you into the chasm, I think. But what I am going to do is I'm going to cast the jump spell. And jump all the way over here, and we should be good. So probably what I am going to do is getting the waypoint here, and then probably killing the kobolds because they give so much XP. So probably I want to just kill those off, and they like the Hunger of Hadar for real. So let me just see. I forget where the exploration XP triggers. I don't think anything triggers down here. Don't think anything triggers down here. Okay, let's see. What do we want to do? Let's get that spell back. And the Misty Step, I think, for these particular monster types, very, very annoying. Let's kill you and see if that aggroes your friends. And it does. Yeah, so I have turned, but I don't have my action obviously, so I am going to go out here just for a little bit and set up the Hunger of Hadar, which, if memory serves me right, they're going to run straight through it, which we like. Outside of this, who is the only semi-dangerous mob in this is the Kobold Inventor, because he throws, I think, Alchemist Fires, which is super annoying. So the question is, do I want to set up? Probably I'll even just want to set up a lot of daggers, actually. Because they'll definitely run through that. Love those daggers. It's incredible that, like, I kind of understand why Larian Studios did this. I mean, the XP tuning for the mobs in this game, I think, is not completely in tune with the, somebody correct me, with the way that the player handbook guidelines. I haven't checked up on it, but like it seems, I'm guessing that the reason why these kobolds, for absolutely zero reason, give you so much experience right now is because if you kind of went into this act, or this part of Act 1 without getting, without killing everything, they kind of want to help you out to get ahead, I guess. Because it seems ridiculous that I'm killing these 20 HP mobs at this point, and they each give me 75 experience. It's way too much. Way too much. It is way too much. And I think it's like, is it 10? Is it 10 kobolds? Is it 15 kobolds? I don't know, but it's a lot of XP and you get it for free. Alright, so one of the kobolds has the ceremonial maze that I want. to unlock the Lathander crest later in the Crêche, so I'm just holding on to that. And remember to shut off your concentration spells. Because then inside, on the inside, even these kobolds, like hiding inside of the fire wine barrels are like, a lot of people like to keep them and drop them somewhere and unleash them at a later point in time, which I think is a lot, sounds like a lot of fun. I kill them right now just for XP. But that's even, I think there are 4 of those, and or even 3, but 4 would be 300 XP, so it just goes to say that this is a crazy XP boost at this point. And it should get me safely to level 6. I think there are 2 more. 1 or 2 more. Maybe it is just the 1 more. Maybe it's just... Can I aggro these in a different way? I can summon a friend. He can maybe open the firevine barrel for me. Yeah, he could. Hello, honey. Just in the middle of getting ourselves acquainted with the Githyanki Crêche and all of their misgivings. I think even I'll go and kill the cats as well. As long as you don't cast the spells once you've aggroed them, you should be fine. And also, I forgot the most important thing. I am not going to go there without Mr. Zombie. Come on, Mr. Zombie. Let's go ahead and do this. Right. He is a little bit lazy, but we will get him whipped into shape.
Two steps at a time.
Snowman. Don't think there's a snowman in this game. Might be an idea for the future. Alright. So we'll open the door here. And then. Actually, I think I'm just going to pop the short rest here. And then Mr. Zombie is going to be hiding out here. He can really participate in this fight. He can really be a champion. So I think I am. Let's just see if the Hunger of Hadar. They know I'm here. If I cast a spell on them, it's going to trigger the allergy straight away, and they'll be running through the other door. So probably having another cloud of daggers right here should do the trick. destroy the door. Sometimes hitting through doors does not work. We cast a cloud here. Approximately here. Turn base, and then we just an arrow will do. This is animal cruelty, but it has to be done. Alright, Mr. Zombie. Please show us the work. Oh, there we go. And the great thing about these zombie summons is that it seems like they're just ready to go straight away, or maybe not. Oh, no, they're not. And I like it how these creatures, apparently they are less valuable than the kobolds. The kobolds are 75 XP and are just easier to kill. And these, if you throw spells by accident, which I love to do, then suddenly you're in like mortal danger. Alright. So now with an army of zombies, we're going to do exactly nothing. I think I could go and do this quest without any kind of repercussions to what I want to do. So probably that's what I'm going to do here. Let's just quickly see what is the combination. The Warhammer is over here. Courtesy of Dror Ragzlin. Wank. That is very unexpected. And then the ceremonial. This is the, I think this is the axe, if I remember. No, the axe is the one that's broken. So this is probably the mace. Go. And then we just need the axe, which, if I remember correctly, is hidden right over here. So doing this, I think doing this for the XP is fine. I don't think any exploration XP outside of going up and talking to the kind eagles. I think the exploration XP here is just exactly that. So I'm going to be going through a very tedious combat here, which might give some people an epileptic seizure. And apologies for that if you're getting an epileptic seizure. That's not intended. That is not intended. Hello Sublacus and hello Raiders. Welcome to the channel. I am currently doing a solo honor mode run with Wyll as an origin character with no consumables. That means potions, scrolls, elixirs, and the like. I've been dealing with the raid on the Grove just earlier, and now I am proceeding into the Crêche to collect a few items, and then I'll be going to Act 2 and doing the same thing. And then I will be going back and finishing Act 1, Grim, the Witch, the Hag, sorry, and whatnot. Right now I'm just on my way here down to secure one of the key items for this character, the Gloves of Dexterity, because I'm playing with a very low dexterity score and I need to remedy that. That was a bit of exploration XP, but I think I'll be fine. I need those gloves, like really need them for this playthrough. Old Man Gaming for sure. So Blackest, yes, you're on it, man. You are on it. This is Old Man Gaming without the shred of a doubt.
They'll stop at nothing to take it from you.
And there is the level up. See if I remember how to do this with my old man brain. I think we're going to go for the counter spell. And then should we replace anything? The Cloud of Daggers is still serving me very well. But perhaps for the versatility, I want the Fireball. Famous last words. I'm taking the Fireball. Alright. And the subclass feature of the Warlock at level 6 with the Fiend is that I get, I think it's 1 per short rest, I get a bonus to my roll, whatever it is, and as many repetitions as I like of that roll using inspiration points, which is definitely not a bad thing. So Blackest, how did your run end? How far did you go? I didn't see the last part of it. See here. I'm on your side. Convincing Voss to not fight you in Act 1 will automatically give you a free check in this point, which is one of the ways that you can kind of solve the Crêche thing, which I like. So at that point you just produce the artifact and the Githyankies are like, oh my goodness, what's going on? And they grant you entry and a lot of XP. Which some of it scales a little bit with your level, so maybe you want to hold off a little bit on that. I think around level 6 is actually a good place to go in there and start doing these things. So going in at level 5 is a little bit, but yeah, I'll be fine. I just need level 10 before Merkel. That is the thing. And here is my friend. Okay, I'll be checking out your VOD later when I'm done with playing to see what that was about. And I'm not getting the Knife of the Undermountain King, at least not quite yet. And then I'll collect the XP up here at this point. Since I'm not going for level 11 before Merkel, I just want to kind of wrap up as many things as I can. And then there's a little bit of XP there as well. So I'm going to hop back into the monastery to finish off the Lathander thing. And also getting the Blood of Lathander. I like to get that before heading into the Shadowcursed Lands. It has a couple of very nice advantages when fighting the undeads. So I am going to quickly grab that before moving on. And then the gloves of Dex, and now my AC is somewhat reasonable, because before this was horrible. So the ceremonial battle axe goes on top of the last pedestal. And the buff there, the Morning Lord's Radiance, is an incredible buff. Which, I mean, you want that buff if you are some kind of weapon wielding character. As a caster, it, for me at least, doesn't matter quite as much. It's not quite as important, because I don't shoot a lot of stuff. I mean, with the offhand crossbow, could be decent, but I'm not that dependent on that in this playthrough. Also, I'll not be getting the radiant retaliation helmet either, because I'll not be getting medium armor. I'll be doing cloth or light armor, not light armor even, just clothing or no armor for the entire run. Let's see, I think I actually forgot to read the plaque.
The blood of Lathander, spilled in holy battle with Samaster, immortalized here for all to worship.
Okay, so it doesn't give extra. Oh yeah, it does give extra XP. There we go. There we go. And as opposed to you, Sublacus, yeah. So as opposed to you, I'm like, because I've been all over the place with a warlock, because this is the class that I've spent. This is, and I don't know if this is correct, but this is maybe like I've died on at least 40, if not 50 warlocks, and I'm not particularly proud about that fact, but it means I've been playing around with all of the different subclasses so much that I see that the Pact of the Blade probably is the better subclass. I probably very definitely and a most versatile subclass. But with my playstyle, I just love the way that the Pact of the Tome works for me. So I've been sticking to that. If that's going to work in any kind of spec that you want to do, probably not, because since I'm not using the consumable like the scrolls, the haste spell from here is going to be like bread and butter for me, and that's probably right. So we're talking to Vash and see if we can convince him.
You note that the hope
I
in
think
your voice is tinged with
mashing the one button is probably one of the safer choices. This can go south really quick, so we'll have to do a deception check. Oh, that's a bad thing. I don't want to do a deception check that I am going to fail, but I will add my Dark One's own luck to the roll here.
Tell me, what will you do with it if I entrust it to you?
And no matter what you say, if you want to say omelet, that's a bad idea. But I think the one mash is going to be fine. Vicious Mockery, yeah. Yeah. Okay. So that sounds interesting. So what you're proposing is that what you're proposing is a build where you I don't want to be dealing with that. Let's see. And what I'm doing is I'm just going to cast a jump spell and then go into the just the second that you pick it up and you stow it in your pack, miasma is going to show up which I don't like. And then I'm going to be jumping out of there. Let's go. Thank you. And then we don't need these boots in the game, I think. And just collecting a couple of the three things here. Going into the infirmary, collecting the worms.
There's a parasite nearby. You should take a closer look.
Oh yeah, yeah, for sure. Like I saw. I think it was wasn't it was it? I think it was Nasator who's begun who's started a spec using
Brimming with
using the rapier, but he has some very specialized build with like light armor. Like it's just going to grab a couple of things. I think the repulsor is good here. Getting the this place is also pretty valuable for Wyll. Not doing anything else right now. Yeah, exactly. So Blackest, I'm just now seeing your comment on the armor proficiency, and I mean obviously having that armor proficiency is valuable in so many ways, but like for me it's more like a discussion. What is it that I want to do with the character? And like what I wanted to do with the warlock here specifically was to create an Eldritch Blast machine. And what I wanted to do with that spec was I wanted to kind of double down on as many charisma adding modifiers as possible, which includes the potent ropes. And already at that point I'm using a whole feat to enable stuff like some of the medium armor helmets that you could otherwise equip. And even if that's valuable, I kind of figured out that I wanted to try and see if it wasn't possible without the medium armor, and it is. I died at Oran because I'm an idiot on my last attempt. Exactly, and you already have the critical strike proficiency. So like, why would you get the medium armor? Like it's. And the warlock is so strong. I mean, I don't know what you pick throughout the game, but like at level 9 you get the earth elemental. You potentially can get a campion as well if you want to go that way. You can use the feat for dual wielding if you want to do that. That's good. There's so many things that you can do. And I saw your I saw your drunken build. That was maybe one of the most ingenious things that I've seen in this game so far. I know that the drunk meta is not something that's new, but like playing the warlock, that was the one thing I have never seen. That was really, really awesome. I really like that solution that you put on there with the advantage in the Merkle fight, obviously. So that was pretty cool. I just loot this guy right away. Alright. Okay. Yeah. So getting armor proficiency as well as I understand why some people want it. I'm just not sure that it's something that fits in very well with the way that I want to do it. What I like is I like the charisma, and then for the other feat, I'm choosing the Warcaster, which obviously is absolutely horrible if you have access to other kinds of like elixirs and whatnot.
And don't tell her anything.
I like it how once you talk to Kith'rak Therezzyn and you produce the artifact, because obviously that's my strategy in the Crêche. So I produce the artifact to her. She lets me go, and she lets me go to Warwalkers, and then she doesn't seem, you know, particularly puzzled by the fact that I'm coming back from talking to Warwalkers, and I'm pretty certain that the Githyanki kind of know. I mean, she probably knows that he's going to kill me, right? But then, because we don't interact with Warwalkers, we just collect loot and move on. She's not even like, oh, you're back. How is this possible? Let me just go and talk to my superior real quick. Like, she just she just lets you go. Wow, so black is, I didn't even know. Yeah, the whole drunken meta is something that I've been looking at for so long, and I just want to do it with some character. Probably with a monk or something at some point. It just looks like so much fun. Just being drunk all the time. That seems fantastic. So you want to do a duelist with Render of Mind and Flesh and 1 level of Barbarian. Okay. Okay. That probably works. Stop that. And so I don't know if this is going to be a particular problem, but what I do know is that I don't want to talk to Warwalkers, so I am going to jump this way and then crouch before looting things, because it's been my experience that if I don't crouch, then they'll see me and they'll be staring me down, and some of the loot in these chests can be extremely important for some classes, for me at least. So I don't want that to happen. And now here's one of the 2 places in the game where I actually use some consumables, because this check is just, if I want the Blood of Lathander, I mean, I could accept not getting it at all. That would be one thing. But if I want to get the Blood of Lathander, I need this statue to move. And so even if you go to Act 2 and you collect the robes that gives you advantage on strength checks, that's still going to put me at a +4 modifier with the strength and advantage on that, and then the other +2 checks that I can get, in this case the guidance. It's not going to do jack shit. So when I click the statue, it's going to fail every time. Like, DC 25 requires me to roll like 18, 19, or 20. And even with advantage, this will never happen on average. So, as will, even with, this is a fake strength score, but it treats me as if I had that strength. So no matter my class, like, yeah, maybe some classes have an athletics bonus, and for that reason, it's more easy for them. But it's a real shit show. So this is one of the few things in the game that I actually sort out using the oil, which I forgot to bring at this point. So that's really stupid. So I throw oil on the statue to get it to move. That's one of the few bits. So the way that I see it, or the way that I play with it, is that, or utilize the consumables, is that as long as it's some kind of experience gain, I allow it for this particular rule set, at least. For myself. Yeah, so I need to go back and collect the oil. I'm such an idiot. Why did I not put it in my bag? Okay. Okie dokie. A couple of these items are so good. Yeah. So maybe, so Blackest, maybe you can help me out with talking a little bit about how you see reverberation, because I'm having a bit of an issue implementing reverberation in an effective way in my playthroughs. So how would you implement reverberation, for instance, with a warlock? Is there a strong way that the that the reverberation could really help you out? Can you tie it into your build in any effective way as a warlock? Let me just collect a bit of oil from up here. If I have any. Oh, there we go. Maybe if I have an oil spell, I think that would be okay as well. This is all in the name of solving that stupid puzzle with the worst DC in the game. I still don't understand why they would. I mean, it's fun that it's obviously the Blood of Lathander is an extremely powerful item, but a DC check that high just. Okay, yeah, the Spine Shutter Amulet, I do use that occasionally, but it seems like it's just not enough. I've been looking at the boots, been looking at the, where are they? The Boots of Stormy Clamor, with the condition infliction, where you inflict conditions using the ability drain. So that should work like once per turn. But I feel like I need more sources, and maybe it's just because I've not had success with doing it the proper way. I wonder if the Githyanki will be mad. They will probably be mad at me. Or will they? Not enough. Am I going back to the vendors for more? Oh, it works. Okay. So with a bit of oil, the statue. This is the way you want to go about building your home as well. Just throw oil on things. It fixes everything. But I'm also thinking so black is the reverberation as a damage effect, if you could say, if you get my point. If you think about the reverberation effect, where you add the thunder charges and then you reverberate. I mean, you can even add the gloves of the belligerent sky, because you can get, you know, sources of lightning damage, and even sources of thunder damage from, I guess, the reverberation also triggers with the belligerent. I mean, the thunder damage from the reverberation should trigger the gloves of the belligerent skies, right? I'm assuming, without knowing. But like, I'm thinking, is there some kind of great way to add a lot of damage to what you're doing that way? It just feels like, to me it feels very expensive. I mean, the boot slot is very contested. I want the boots of speed, preferably, because they're very good, I feel, and also for the warlock in so many cases. And I don't really like replacing the gloves of dex for two reasons. Obviously, I want the AC with my low dex, but the +1 to attack is just so strong with the Eldritch Blast. So I only really replace these guys when I get to the gloves in Act 3, the ones that add damage to spell attack rolls at the cost of attack power. I forget the name of the gloves, but the ones that works a little bit like the Great Weapon Mastery with with the penalty and the benefit. Okay, let's see. Right, so I'm just going to let's quickly see. Bypass these traps. So going in and having fun with these traps is not really my thing. So I'll be misty stepping around. Just because it's not in any way worth it. I don't have the Minthara boots with the concentration, so going down and tampering with the traps. I know there are ways to do this in a more safe way, but I don't really like it too much. So I'm just going to use my Misty Step items to get to that location there, where I can destroy the energy sources. Pop a short rest. And then probably you can just jump, right? Turn-based mode, and now it's activated. So that's fine. We're through, and then we're going to insert the crest and grab the Blood of Lathander and head to Act 2. Go. Right. And here it is. So one thing though, with a very low strength character, the dependency for me without the elixir of Hill Giant Strength on the Club of Hill Giant Strength is very awful. So using the Club of Hill Giant Strength in so many cases is going to solve a lot of my problems in the game playing Wyll with this build, obviously. So equipping the Blood of Lathander is something that specifically has to do with fighting undead monsters for Act 2. Because otherwise it's just not going to do much for me. Even the Sunbeam spell at some point is going to be worse than the Eldritch Blast. In many cases worse, but in a few cases it can make a big difference. So now I'm going to go and do another very nasty fight. Probably one of the most nasty fights, in my opinion, in the early game. Let's go to the Grymforge. Right.
Let's see.
Yeah, the boots and the spine shutter, yeah. I will be playing a little bit around with that. But the strange thing about Act 2 for me is that it's the whole act is so one-sided because of the undead factor. Everything is undead, everything is floating around. A couple of things obviously can get knocked down, and then you have the Moonrise Towers. There are a couple of places, but like most of the fights in Act 2 is just feels a little bit like, to me at least, not something where I'll be controlling a whole lot. Alright. So this is for me the one fight where you go in and you fight. In a moment I'm going to be fighting some shadows. And those shadows do the do the ability drain on the strength score, and I have yet to find out if the Club of Hill Giant Strength prevents that drain or if it just kind of shadows the real drain. So getting 3 strength drains on Wyll is going to effectively kill him. So that is pretty goddamn bad. And so using this one is going to increase my saving throws, obviously. Regardless, I dislike this fight. It just feels bad. So I am going to equip my Ring of Guiding Light and see, cast light on the shield. Go. And then I figured out that I actually prefer, I'm going to precast the bless spell for myself in this fight. So why does the light not work? Oh, there we go. Light spell. Just gonna check one thing here. I found out that the light spell, oh, it only lasts for 20 turns. That's the deal. I just thought that it was permanent. So it wears off. Maybe they changed that actually. That's annoying. I remember it to last indefinitely, but maybe I'm wrong. Oh yeah, I can't use that. No. Why is the shadow? Oh, it's because his... What the hell? Oh, this is getting stupid. So, can I... cast light on myself. Oh, it's going to go away, but since the shield is being tucked away, then the light spell disappears. Fantastic. Fantastic. Okay, let's resummon structure. Yeah, I did as well, and then the light spell disappeared, and I was like, what the hell is going on? And then now I have the explanation, because it's only, let's just quickly check, it's only, oh, the light spell seems, now it's indefinite. So the light spell on the weapons is indefinite, but on other items it's not indefinite. You know, I can't, I just don't know how that works. I have to be absolutely honest, I don't know how the light spell works in this game. It feels very weird. Let me just check if I have everything I want. I wanted the jump spell, but seeing as I can't get it, this is what I'll have to make do with. And I'm going to precast my bless spell, and then I'm going to, I think, get into the thick of things. I don't necessarily feel like I need to reapply the Armor of Agatha's famous last words. I think I'll be fine. And I don't want to, I want to kind of, you know, save my spell slots for when the fight actually starts. And then here comes the problem, because now I need to, no, I don't, this is not a problem. There we go. Because Lathander's light is going to solve my issue. So I'll be running down here as fast as I can. And then getting into the... And this is one of the places where I'm just going to mash the one button, and then the fight is going to start. Oh wait, that was... Oh wait, they're in the fight, even if I mash the one button. This is one of the fights where I absolutely love the Blood of Lathander, because the Sunbeam is just a fantastic ability in this Very, very specific fight. Has a very long range. I think I can even get to this place. The shadows have radiant vulnerability. I even think Harper Jonas, oh, he doesn't have it. But I can beam 3 of these with impunity. So this is what I'm going to do on my first turn here. Bam! You just beam those MFs. And then I'm going to hop down here to the other guys. Which I find to go and just quickly group up with the Harpers is the best way to go. This is not a particularly difficult, not difficult, but dangerous encounter when you know exactly what you are doing. But getting your strength drained is no joke if you have no strength available to you. And they can deal a lot of damage too. You can bypass this encounter, which I've done countless times, but it's just so much XP. And I like how Larian has kind of put in a bit of a learning or instruction here in a side note. The shadows are cursed. Either keep away from them or destroy them with light. Yeah, we get it. So saving all of the Harpers here is going to give the folk hero an inspiration actually. So if I can manage that, that would be great. Holy moly. Harper just enjoys staying in the Shadowcursed for no reason. Okay, so I'm going to sacrifice, I think, a Misty Step to get rid of this guy. Alright.
Keep your torch high.
Let's go. Yeah, and you get the inspiration for saving the Harpers here. And then I just run to the last light in to get my loot. Look, he's ahead of, you know, he's just trucking through the Shadowcursed like with no protection. Okay, let us quickly do this. Come on. Alright. We just want to keep a Harper in here. Having the Blood of Lathander is pretty beneficial in that you're going to be blinding a lot of them. Although I do plan on them actually hitting me and killing themselves. And even if they don't, I have the repulsor ability that I can use in a moment. Okay. Yeah, so I am taking a bit of damage. This might be seem a little bit careless, but normally it doesn't seem to. Oh, they fixed the lag. Nice. Let's go.
This place is protected. Must be the refuge the Harpers spoke of.
You there! Step forward and keep your hands off your weapons.
Easy. He's with me.
Do you hear?
And I just mashed the one button at this point because I have the friendship with Maul, so I don't need to worry too much about all of those things. Now there are so many inspirations for the folk hero inside of the Last Light, and currently I'm already at 4 out of 4. So I need to kind of use some of them before I
Stock up while you can. I only hope I brought enough to see us through.
start collecting more. Alright.
If you're all
I like
right,
to
Jahira,
to
you're all right
to
by
be
me.
friendly to Jahira because I like to have, maybe it's a little bit, it depends on what you want to do, I guess. I mean, I'm going to purchase a few items off of her. I'm going to be purchasing the Cloak of Protection, which costs a little bit of money, the Shade Clinger armor, which I need for a couple of things in the game, and that is probably about it for the Warlock. I think I don't need any other items, so that means the Shade Clinger armor and the Cloak of Protection. Amulet of the Harpers can be okay, but it ends up sitting in my inventory most of the time. And that's a grand total of, let's see, 2,000, 2,500 gold. So if I want to pour money into her with the persuasion reputation, that would be to
Take care.
kind of use her as a vendor to sell things to in the game. So I do need to kind of think a little bit about this. I need to sell a little bit of stuff right now.
And if you find any interesting
Just
materials
cannot be
in your
helped.
working, I'll be here if you need.
Damon doesn't have a lot of money. Anyway,
If you find it,
at this point I'm going to hand over
absolutely.
all of my infernal iron to Damon so that he can craft things that I can then sell back to him.
Need anything? Well, need anything?
I am going to purchase a couple of items off of Damon. I'm going to purchase the Darkfire bow. The Darkfire short bow has a couple of nice things going for it. It has the cold and the fire resistance, which I'm going to need both of those, and I don't right now. I have it through the Infernal Robe, which I'm going to replace. So that's one thing, and then it has the haste spell, and I actually do want an additional source of the haste spell for Wyll, because I'm very dependent on the haste spell for this game. So I do like getting that right away, and it also solves a bit of my issues with how am I going to give Damon more money. I'm going to do that by buying things from him. Right, that's probably all I want to purchase from him. So I can't quite afford it just yet. Okay.
I'll be here.
I'm just going to collect a couple of things from the stash. And then probably getting to Moonrise ASAP to just kind of baseline my Act 2 adventure here makes a lot of sense. So getting to Moonrise Towers is going to enable a couple of vendors, some more loot that I can benefit from, whatnot. So going there now is probably the way to go.
Need anything?
For a short bow. Go. Now use gold again, and then I can sell the rest. Alright, let me just quickly think about this.
A word, if I may.
Just going to talk to a couple of NPCs without
Just want to be
triggering.
to get away. I just wish I could have said good. Can you?
Let's see. I think I can go in there without triggering the lands board. Just yet. Just do a couple of dialogues.
We believe that.
You know the name Goblin.
Look, I'll.
I do want to avoid triggering those inspirations if I can.
No idea, I'm afraid. You hear me? Don't. But you're not alone, sir. You know how to get through to him. Don't. No, not till I met. Thank.
Right. I think the most important thing right now is to just go below the last light in to collect the Ciruscation ring, which is bread and butter for me in this build. So I'm going to go down here just below the inn, right here just below, to access the prison. And I forget if it's one way or the other that I need to go. It's the other way. 2 entrances. I don't want to enter into the wrong entrance because some very nasty monsters are waiting for me right there. And I like it how there are no prisoners and the detention key is just sitting there in the middle of the table. And I like it that you have an inn with a prison. That's also kind of interesting. And it doesn't even look like a makeshift prison. It looks like it was specifically built to cage like some kind of unwanted Alright, let's go. Right, so we unlock, and then we, let's see, equip It's very odd. I'm almost 90% sure that this is going to be enough. Now I'm inside the Shadow Curse, but I'm not inside the rough version of the Shadow Curse. So this is very, very, very strange. If you approach at the end of this room right up here, there's access to a kind of semi-dangerous mob type called a meanlock that will fear you and paralyze you and all kinds of nasty things. And when you approach them from the prison side, you are just inside the Shadow Curse, but not the bad version or the hard version or the rough version of the Shadow Curse. If you approach them from the other way, you have to go through the rough version of the Shadow Curse, which is infinitely more tricky if you don't have access to protection from that at that point. I should be able to handle a blast from this if it goes south. And if not, I can just use this. I really should. No disarm. No disarm kits available. That cannot be right. That cannot be right. That simply cannot be the case. So should I just take the blast? Just going to take the blast, but I'm going to add my Dark Ones log from the warlock subclass to the roll, which if I just add it to the hotbar and click it to auto activate, come on, it's going to help me out on those. Okay, whatever. It's going to help me out on the passive rolls, which is super duper strong. It's so strong. Let's just see. Here we go. And then we set it to passively activate. It's not set as a reaction, but it is what it is. So we click. Open. 28 damage. Let's just check the damage. 76. So that's a damage potential of 42 damage without the save. So that could kill me. It has a low chance of doing so, but nonetheless. And I have the Ciruscation ring here, which means that I can inflict radiating orbs on targets that are illuminated. And that sounds really bad, but it is kind of basically what is going to get me past Merkel. Okay, let's go back to the last light in here. And then I'm going to do a long rest and then sell things to Dammon again and then purchase the items I need and go to Moonrise. I don't need anything out of him. Hello, Minthara. She is hidden under the tower. So of course, I'm going to save you, my love.
Favorite pet off his leash. You can think of no way to void a devil's pact.
I've never.
Okay.
The voice of... But you did a brave thing.
shall be here if there are met correct. No. For most suspicion should thou or any because a matter
Just doing the dialogue here
is life. Very well.
real quick. And then hop back. Right. So I'm going to go and do the Karnas dialogue now, and I have my 4 inspiration points. I'm not going to fight Karnas at the Harper attack. I mean, it's definitely something that you can do, and probably it's not particularly impossible. It's just a fight that for this run I'm not going to do. I'm not going to do all of the crazy fights, and particularly the Karnas fight it can go south, and I'm not going to deal with that on this character. So I am going to talk to Karnas, and then I'm going to talk him out of fighting me. And there are, of course, a couple of encounters that I am going to hold off on doing. I don't want to activate that now. Like the measles, for instance. I don't want to fight those right now. Okie dokie. So no matter if I have friends or don't have friends, I can still go and do this dialogue with Karnas, which I am going to do. So you should spawn now. Going to say hello, just going to make ourselves known. Going to mash the 1 button, and then we're going to do a deception check with plus 1,000,000 to our check. And then we send him off on our way, mashing 1, and then we can do another deception, which is by far the best check. And it's still a DC 14, so I mean, even with all of my bonuses, it should be easy. And they are now walking away and leaving the Moonlight Lantern. I think doing the fight with Karnas right here is going to be one of the more difficult encounters in the game at this point. Without very, very, very strong help from items or whatever, like specific things, I find this to be very, very difficult, I have to say. And we just mash the 1 button talking to the pixie. She gives us a bell that we can ring every time we need her help. And she gives us the pixie blessing, which enables us to bypass or pass through the rest of the game here. That is what we're going to do. I'm not going to fight anything at the moment. And I'm going to very carefully go through this entrance. Not going down there. I forget when it is that Roland is going to be triggered, but he is going to be triggered at least after I talk to him. And all of these things have inspirations tied to them. Killing one of the Thorns is also a folk hero inspiration, so I want to kind of wait a little bit with those. So I don't mind fighting the Thorns. I'm just not going to fight them right now because of that particular reason. And so I want to kind of crouch around because Karnas is now located here. And then we're going to grab the waypoint and go into Moonrise. And we go to mash the 1 button in her name. and then we just move in. Because then we have access to 2 vendors that's already going to be friendly to us, and I can now sell all of my junk. So land half. Oh wait, that was the wrong option. He needs a little bit of convincing. So we're going to click 2, and then we're going to present ourselves as a mighty warrior. This will actually trigger an inspiration, which I could have waited a little bit with that, but the truth is that I kind of forgot in the moment, and also I want the vendor prices, so I was just uncritically mashing away here.
Want anything from my stash? You pay less than the rest.
Yeah. And then we're going to purchase the Fistbreaker helm from Landharv, which is I think for the non-medium armor user best in slot in so many cases. With the spell save DC and the initiative roll, it's just a decent overall helm. And for the Eldritch Blast, I don't need anything else. I do want the Sentinel shield. Probably I'm going to get that as well.
The absolute war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve?
And so. The shields. I think for me, one of the most boring parts of the game is the whole collecting vendor trash. So one of the maybe interesting game modes in this game or personal rule sets would be not looting things, for instance. Something like that, where you just exclude yourself from looting things, because that way you don't need to bother with a major time sink that is this whole vendor stuff thingy. At this point, it just doesn't provide any kind of fun.
Absolute's war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve?
And then we talk to Raw Moonglow, who provides us with one of the most important, I think, items, at least for me, which is the hand crossbow that deals force damage.
A pity neither. Quite a god to
She's
bring them. So don't go
right
giving them
here.
leave while there's still some honey to be had.
It's actually a little bit, if you had to choose either the Moonrise Towers or the Last Light Inn for your vendor needs, what would you pick? What would you choose if you had to pick one? I think that's actually a pretty good question. Alright, so I'm going to purchase from her the Drakethroat Glaive and the Nair Mizzer. If I can find it. There it is. So the Nair Mizzer and the Drakethroat Glaives, these two items. Probably adding these to wares and making sure that once you collect stuff, you can always sell it that way is the better way to go. But I'm just too lazy for that. I just send it to the camp and want to deal with it later. And then, you know, here is the headache. Okay, good. Still has money. Okay, talk to me. What's going to happen? Okay. Changes always sound nice, Ginger Bananas. Changes always sound nice. They're designed to sound nice. But when you're a very old man like me, it's very often a disappointment.
Ever at your service. An honor.
So already at this point, oh, I don't have another. I need another
Ever at your service.
one-headed crossbow. There we go.
An honor.
So main hand, offhand. And then the bow of awareness goes away, the banshee goes away. The hunting shortbow remains for just a bit because I might want it for something later. Darkfire shortbow stays. Alright. So I'm just going to collect the a couple of tadpoles. Just need to remember if there's a check somewhere that I need to do. I believe that the check out here is going to give me an inspiration, so I'm just going to talk to Arash real quick.
Should you be interested, I have a
And purchase a couple of items, namely the Ring of Free Action. And nothing else, I think. Bit of food. There we go.
Come back.
And then we head downstairs. The fifth edition rule set from, because I've been reading up a little bit on it, Ginger, and I think one of the things that's, to me, is a problem with fifth edition rule set is that, and it's a little bit weird because I love rules, I love them, but like in a role playing game, I watched a video last night with somebody who's been doing 5e with his family, and he's been, one of the problems that he realized was that combat, for instance, turns into a complete slog in 5th edition. And I can't say for sure if this is a 5th edition problem or if this is a problem that had been persisting through the different Dungeons and Dragons editions, but he is kind of right. So like the amount of choice, the amount of dice rolling and whatnot in the combat in 5th edition does definitely slow down the game. And obviously combat is not the same as roleplay, right? In the kind of, the understanding of what roleplay and combat is. And following that logic, and I've been thinking about this quite a bit, I kind of think that maybe I'm actually leaning a little bit more into trying something a little bit different, with more GM rulings and whatnot in the 5th edition rule set, because the more rules and the more stuff that you can do and the more tokens and whatnot that you need to kind of think about in the 5th edition rule set, that actually kind of lends itself to a more strategic kind of a game, whereas that is in a sense a little bit up in opposition to the idea of more role play based. I'm not saying that the changes that they're making to the game right now are not good. I'm just saying that this is a kind of a thing that I've been thinking a little bit about. But of course I'll be reading through the changes, and I'm also very curious to see them. I'm probably not going to purchase the new books, I think. But I am curious to see them, obviously. So I'm going to be throwing these eyes off here. And failing. Go. Assault, 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 and I will be going into the camp to avoid that situation. Because I don't want to be fighting the... I'm just going to make myself a coffee. I'll be right back. Yeah, but I'm very curious, Ginger. I think I've been cheating myself from better systems for years on end, because I love role playing. I love the character building aspect, and I've been playing Dungeons and Dragons since the second edition, and I've never tried any other system, out of fear of having to read up on new rules, out of fear of all kinds of things. And I gotta say, I think there are so many fantastic systems out there. I think it really depends on the players. What I could read from online and what have been the discussion debate about the 5th edition community, at least, is that it becomes a lot like, for many people, for many people, it becomes a lot like you have a set of rules, and those rules you can then weaponize against the game master or against the other players, and you can min-max your characters in a way that that kind of, to me at least, seems like you're no longer playing a role-playing game. You're playing it like more like an action game, which is fine if that's what everybody wants to do. So I think I've been cheating myself just a little bit in that respect, that maybe I could have had more fun playing some of the other types of available games. So now, killing the other eye here, I'm going to wait until the patrol gets back, and then I'm going to assassinate him. Let's just quickly check if I have the stuff that I want for this. I think I do. And I think I am actually going to go for Sehukei's way of dealing with the encounter, well, or his way, meaning that what I will do is I will use the near misser to solve the encounter, or at least parts of it. I mean, I might as well. It's of course it's possible to deal with it's possible to deal with Grim without the usage of. She's just standing there. Okay then, let's go.
Arrested for
What just happened? Nobody knows. But yeah, Vampires is fantastic. It's absolutely fantastic. The whole wow. Strikes me twice? Okay, so now I need to just think a little bit. Probably I do need to apply this one. And then don't know if I can actually follow the attention here. Oh, I can't do that. Oh, it doesn't work like that, but it disappears nonetheless. Okay then. I'm not going to go all the way there because he is going to Hunger of Hate on me, I think. Guiding Bolt. And a critical hit at that. Okay, so is this a point in time where I need to kind of get the hell out of here? Let's see where I can Misty Step to. Misty Step to this location. Might need to flee this. Let's shoot at least. Yeah, this is definitely a fleeing situation. Or maybe I can kill him from across. Get an angle on him. I don't want to be misty stepping back because I can't really, the whole Death Ward show is a little bit tricky. I want to quickly see if I summon the dog, what he's going to do. Going to use his guiding bolt again. Those guiding bolts are just so super duper scary. It's not even funny. So what I could do is I could haste, and then I could miss a step back and then deal with him that way. I think that could work. So it is what it is. Maybe I can even use my magic missiles on him here. Let's try that out. Okay. That was a little bit too close for comfort. So, short rest. So, I don't want to be doing, I just want to, oh, I don't even need to talk to them. I can just... So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to free the prisoners. And the way that I'm going to do that is by giving Wilbrand Bungle the tools to break free. Which is obviously is not going to be either the Blood of Lathander or any of my other equipable items. So I need to go and fetch some kind of blunt weapon for him. Which he will then be proudly wearing. And I don't seem to have any. The question is if I want to go and steal it from the warden. That's always interesting. So should I go and do that? Should I give him Mel's first staff? Maybe I want it for later. He cannot use a shovel. That's unfortunate. Okay, I'm just going to hop down there and see what I can kind of find for him. He needs some kind of mace, blunt weapon, staff, something. And then he will break free and all of his friends. Or I could go and break open the door myself, but I'm actually not sure how that's going to work. Might be in a situation where that's going to be a problem. So maybe I do want to go. Hello, Critique. Hello. Long time no see. Happy to see you. So if I go up here, at least I'm just going to quickly suss out the situation up here. So if I jump up here and I quickly check on the eye. And this is one of the things, when you don't do this for like, I don't know, half a year, then how the fuck is it that it works? I'm not going to be able to blow it to smithereens with the Eldritch Blasts. What I normally like to kind of keep in reserve for this is the amulet from the Grymforge, which I apparently didn't collect. To kind of, you know, throw a shatter spell on it. But the shatter spell still has a huge liability in that the shatter spell from the amulet that you get from the Grymforge or the Ancient Forge tends to cast Tasha's Hideous Laughter on me. Even with wisdom proficiency and whatnot, it becomes an unfun element in the whole situation. So in here, I believe Volbrun Bungle's hammer's right here. So let's see if we just can't go and steal it, which is probably what the Larian Studios intended anyway. So that means using the boost of speed here. And then I'm just going to wait for 1 bit. And then we turn base. And then we head in and we grab the Volbrun's Bungle in stealth. Oh, do we? Yeah, we succeed. Whack, and we steal. And we head out. And thinking about this is probably what they intended. In a sense. I don't think they intended the whole turn-based cheese. But I think they intended the other thing. Alright, so that solved my problem. Let's just see. Do we have an available? Yeah, we do. So I'm casting the Misty Step to go down. And then I'm just going to equip the stuff that I want. And then we're going to rescue everybody. Another short rest, because, yeah, it is what it is. And where is Volbrun Bungle? He's definitely not in that jail cell, so that would have been a catastrophe. Here he is. There he is. There you go, Volbrun. This is it. So he gets his hammer. He's very happy. And then we talk to him about the jailbreak. It's time. Let us do this. And he's doing it with his friends. Nope, I haven't done that yet. I have not done Grim yet, and I am going to do him. I could go and do him now, but I've been postponing it a little bit. But I am going to do it, maybe not today, but next time that I set up the stream. So right now I did the Grove defense. I did all of those things. And then I need only the Hag, the Spider, and Grim from Act 1 at this point, I think, and a bit of small skirmishes. So, but I decided that I might as well go and collect the things from the Crêche and collect the stuff from Act 2 as well. So I'm destroying the brittle chains. So in a moment, these guys are going to show up. Like normally, if you don't kill the patrolling eyes, oh shit! I almost killed Nichols. Alright. So destroying the change will initiate the dialogue, and I'm going to say yes. I'm going to come with you. We're going to go. This is going to trigger another inspiration point. But like, I just want to get this bit over with at this point.
No one gets in without being tested. And the absolute what? If not,
But yeah, critique. I don't know. I mean, the critical strike immunity is nice and all, and I was critically hit just now. So probably it's a very bad idea to not go and collect that critical strike immunity earlier. So I might have. I mean, if I died at that point in the basement, I would have been very sad. But yeah, so yeah, it's fighting without the critical strike immunity is probably not a very good idea most of the time. All right. Right, so now freeing the gnomes and the tieflings, not least, has given me the potent robes, which is like a blessing and a curse for the fiend warlock, because as I found out, one of the major features of the fiend warlock is that every time you kill something, you get an amount of temporary hit points equal to, I think it's your charisma modifier plus your level or something. It's a lot of hit points. And like so, in a fight like Merkel, for instance, where you kill off Necromites all of the time, that would essentially give me around 17 temporary hit points every turn, which Merkel is never going to be able to shave off. Problem being that with the Potent Robe, another Gregorius Crafter, but the well-liked and well-fortified ability on the Potent Robes overwrites the goddamn Fiend ability. It's awful. So what this means is that the 17 temporary hit points that would have been keeping me in the fight like, day and night, I have to make do with the 7 temporary hit points from my charisma modifier at that time. So the Potent Robes are very strong, but they have that built-in major disadvantage. And it is a disadvantage with the Fiend Warlock. It definitely is. It sucks. It just sucks so much. So will I trigger this? I don't care at this point. I don't need all those inspiration points anyway. Oh, it doesn't trigger.
Everyone seems to be
Happy day.
Not now.
Oh, Jesus. I actually wanted to trade with Wilburn because I forgot to purchase his persuasion ring, which we like.
Not now.
So I'm going to talk to Roland at this point.
We're all safe, Roland.
Triggering
Thank you.
bit of XP and triggering his... Also triggering, talking to Roland in the Last Light Inn is going to trigger him leaving, because even though his siblings returned to the inn and now they're safe, the game code doesn't recognize this, and he's going to go search for them in the moment, which also sucks. So let's just talk to the various people we saved.
I said go home. Well,
And they are just not friends, or they are friends, but it's a very problematic relationship. And a bit of extra XP there. And I think that's it. That's the tieflings. It's Roland. It's Goblin. That is the XP from that. Yes. And so another thing with the Potent Robes is that it also adds the armor class. So it's just a major upgrade to my overall damage, just from my setup right now. So I'm really tempted to just farm a bit of XP in Act 2 for maybe another level. But what I want to think about is, where is the check that I need to do next? So I mean, I could go and do checks on the Thorns to get XP from them, but I'm probably going to fight all of them. There's a role inside the crypt, inside the Thorn crypt. There's a role down there to make friends with Raphael's enemy down there. No matter what, I should at least go and collect the remaining tadpoles from this area, which is kind of part of the power spike when you get to Act 2, and the Crêche is that you can get all of those free tadpoles straight off the bat with no fighting. You just go and you collect them. So what are you saying, Critique? You played the Sorcerer? I mean, if you die at any point, I would even say if you die at any point in Act 1, with or without critical strike, without critical strike immunity, I would say I don't feel like Act 1 is designed around critical strike immunity. I know that a goblin critting you is very bad, for instance, and look, there are many enemies that you can face where the critical strike is bad, but like, even with the critical strike immunity, I feel like you're still going to die. Like a lot of places, at least. Like Grim, for instance, having critical strike immunity against Grim doesn't... I feel like that doesn't matter much. I mean, obviously until the point where it actually does matter. But if you die in Act 1, what I mean to say is it doesn't feel like it's your fault as much as it is the very bad set of RNG. But what did kill you in Act 1? Oh well, I'm assuming it's Act 1, but I don't know for sure. You did in the Merkel fight. Oh shit, do you have a video of that? You need to record your stuff, man. Use OBS, just record it. People want to see it. I kid you not. We want to see it. Okay. But like it, I mean, but I don't even know if you get crit by Merkel, for instance, if he hits you with his weapon and you get crit, that's a death sentence. But what I think my point is more like, I don't think that I've had the critical strike immunity shield on when I was fighting Merkel the last couple of times. On both the sorcerer and the warlock, and while it seems dangerous, if he has disadvantage on his attack, as well as a load of radiant orbs, he has such a low hit chance. I mean, he needs to crit. It is dangerous for sure, but like, I don't know. Oh, that was the one. Yeah, you told me about that. Yeah. And yeah, it's strange that I had a run failing with a warlock at some point where the firewall, I was concentrating on the firewall, and it just wasn't working. Like, the firewall is super cursed for sure. The firewall is super duper cursed. Okay. Just going to go down here. Probably I'm not going to fight these guys at this point. When going into this hole, I think you need to have some kind of slow fall on you. So I'm feather falling.
An illithid oubliette, right beneath the tower.
But it's really awful. Like if you depend, because the firewall strategy is super sound, and if you're planning on that firewall to keep on grinding down Merkel, and suddenly it just goes out just way ahead of time, that's a big issue. So I can't fast travel out of this place, but I can skip these crawlers for now. I mean, they can't be beaten, but this run is focusing on how to safely get to the end game, or as safely as possible. So adding on to the game a lot of difficult / dangerous encounters can also be a thing, but not for me right now. because the character definitely is not that strong. It has major problems for sure. All right. So yeah, Sork is great for Merkel. I totally agree. Like, I don't know, Soblakis, if you saw the fight that I had with I'm just pegging my YouTube channel now. The sorcerer fight that I had with Merkel, where I was only able to cast frost spells, and I found out, and this was by chance. This was not planned, because I went into that fight expecting to not succeed. And like, one thing that I found out is that I was and this is no news, right? But the patches of frost, or the patches of ice that the different ice spells, the big AoE fire spells, the ice storm, I think it's called, and the other one, the sleet storm spell, the patches that they leave can be refrosted, right? And I knew this, but like, it was still kind of an epiphany to me, because what happened was that the patches of frost caused all of the necromites to fall on their ass. So like, whenever they wanted to go and heal on Merkel, they fell on their ass, and then subsequently I could attack them with I think I was using the meta magic twin spell, use my cantrip to beam them down, and then they die, obviously, right, before they get to heal Merkel. And the two patches were just placed in such a way that they connected, and it was completely unintentional. But like, it just worked. Like, it felt like I had planned it all along, but I didn't. It was just, it just really worked. Yeah, I saw your video on that. I did see that, Soblakis. I did see that. The Fire Sorcerer obviously is one of the S tier builds for sure. Very strong. But like, it just goes to show that the Sorcerer has a lot of options. It can really you can really work with that class. It's so much fun. I need to temper myself, because at some point I need to go to the gym with my son. But I do want to kind of play a little bit, as I have the option right now. All right, so I think... All right. Probably I just want to solve a couple of the free experience things in Moonrise Towers before I head on. It's funny, because like, the Ray of Fire spell at first glance, and maybe this is just me being completely ignorant, but at first glance the Ray of Fire spell seems really bad. And then because it's an attack roll spell, and like, I compare it to the magic missile that always hits, and I'm like, wait, this is just like a higher level spell that does the same thing. And then I got access to the Campion, and that summon just never hits with that spell. You know, and the second that you kind of spend time on it, and you look at videos and see what other people have done with the spell, you're like, oh shit. It's absolutely bonkers. But like, at first glance I was not impressed, but I know full well it's very good. I know. Yep. Yeah. I know it's so good. I want to trigger this.
You failed to retrieve the artifact. You enough.
Kill.
Of course. You heard the general.
Was this a mistake? Yeah, I want to kill them. I need to fight them to get the XP, right? There we go. I always forget this seems like such an unimportant event, but like 220 XP is still XP. But what I wanted to try with the sorcerer was this thematic run where I wanted to be Elsa. So it was basically like Elsa and all of her frost spells, which is obviously ridiculous. But like this was like I wanted to see, can this actually work, or is this just impossible? Because not using firewall at Merkel seems like a net loss. I would always want to throw down a firewall in like if I wanted to do the optimal thing. It was really stupid. The last Elsa run ended with me. I fought the Githyanki. There's also a video on that actually on YouTube where I fight, and I think it has like 9 views. So bump it up, man. No, I went in there and I made the major mistake of underestimating how far the monks can move. So what happened was that, and I messed up also what abilities the monks had, because I thought that one of the monk was like because it does not correspond with the monk class. So the Githyanki monks are the same but slightly different versions of the available monk class and subclasses. And I messed that bit up. So I got into that very stupid situation where I got knocked back away from the battlefield and was left alone with a very angry fist-wielding monk that just tore me apart. And then the second mistake that I made was, first of all, not just casting. I could just have cast invisibility and run into the middle of things. And then I also cast the haste spell because I'm a haste enjoyer. And so casting the haste spell made me, because the monk made me prone. And then from that prone, I got lethargic, and that was basically the death sentence. So I made all of the newbie mistakes, all of the rookie mistakes. And going back to that, I could have solved that in a variety of ways. I think if you just go all in and you just Misty Step into the middle of where the Intellect Devourers and the monks and the Emperor and everybody's fighting, what happens is that you're going to have the monks potentially on you, but you're also going to give the Emperor a very good excuse to cast Mind Blast. So if I could get the Emperor to cooperate with me, I can really double down on that. And then the second that I have those, the plan was to cast water on the monks and then Cone of Cold. So basically what I wanted to do was I wanted to create like a situation where I would be able to deal, I don't know, a lot of damage, because the Cone of Cold is a constitution save. So the monks are going to take full damage from that, as opposed to the fireball and any kind of dexterity-based saving throw spell. So the idea was really sound, but I just underestimated how far the monks could move. And I died. It was a very sad day for Elsa. I really wanted to kind of take her all the way. I mean, it was I think one of the worst versions of a sorcerer that you can possibly build, but I had so much fun with that character. And I probably am going to try her again at later time. So how do I deal with this guy? This is a very dangerous strategy. So what I normally like to do is I like to go into this room and I like to take care of the scrying eye in here. And then when I go and I talk to Sorel in the next room, she's going to go back to her office. But if I solve the scrying eye situation first, then I can much more easily deal with the other stuff later. If I have the scrying eye and Sorel and the ogre, for instance, that's a shitty situation. But by getting rid of the eye here before doing anything else is, I think, is a very good thing. Yeah. Yeah, the Mind Blast is just such a RNG, I feel, in that encounter. Yeah. And he has access to chain lightning. You know, I'm sure that they baked into the code that the Emperor is not going to shoot chain lightning before turn 5 or something. And just imagine him using chain lightning like 2 or 3 times in that encounter. That would make short work of those monks. So I'm just going to collect the Moon Lantern here. And then I actually have access to 2 Moon Lanterns. For whatever reason, the broken Moon Lantern from the Carnage encounter still works. Up until the point in time where you decide to fast travel out of there. So if I drop this Moon Lantern, then it's not going to work. Fantastic. I swear to God. I swear to God. Yeah, maybe it has to do with not using it before getting the real working Moonlight Lantern from Balthasar's. But I have this on video many places where I actually have 2 Moon Lanterns down. So I know that it works. I know that it works. Oh, he has a scroll. He has a scroll. I got it. That's how that works. It's just a scroll. Okay, check. Yep, got it. Yeah, I'm sure that that the other actions that the Emperor is using are much more important. But either way, I mean, one of the things that I just, you know, unless you have a very surefire way of controlling the monks, which I don't, because maybe I just haven't played them enough or scienced them enough. Maybe that somebody needs to do that work. The way that they act is just still too dangerous and unpredictable for me. I mean, I know that if I take 2 of my, not my companions, but 2 of my summons, and I place them relatively close, I know that the elemental monk is going to cast a fireball. That always happens when I do it that way. Okay, so I'm just going to go up here over Balthasar's room. Equip the Ring of Free Action for this, and then I'm going to blow up a couple of gargoyles. Probably just with using this one, I think. But like I've become a fan of just getting into the mix. Just, you know, it seems a little bit dangerous going straight into the place where the prelate and the dangerous monks are, but you know, just bunch them together. I know you don't want to be in a position where you can get knocked off the cliff. You don't want to be knocked off the edge. You want to be inside of the arena to prevent that from happening. You don't want to put yourself in a situation where you take a lot of damage either. But like since no matter what, you need to produce a lot of damage fast, unless you kind of, you know, you hang back and but I mean, you don't want the Emperor to die either. It just feels like there are lots of very dangerous outcomes to that whole interaction. Okay, I'm going to go in there, talk to these guys, and then I'm going to use my illithid wisdom here. And then they're going to fight each other. And I'm going to sunbeam the fuckers. And that offhand attack is just so good. They're still hostile to each other. I think no, now they all want to fight me. Okay, fair enough. I don't mind. Yeah, I get what you're saying, so Blackest. I think there is some truth to that. That that is like one way. I would always use on a character that could wear the medium armor. I would definitely go with the Minthara boots. But like on Wyll and Elsa, for instance, I didn't have that, and so I was kind of forced into an alternative. The Mighty Cloth is such an interesting item. Like, I loved how you used that in the Miracle fight. That was just that was genius, in my opinion. Even if sometimes the whole Miracle AoE pull stuff also is just a little bit buggy. But this is part of the reason why when I say I want to get into the middle of things in the monk fight, it seems so dangerous and so stupid. And right now I'm a little bit sad that I decided to just delete my save for the monk fight, because probably I would have tried the strategy out that I think I'm going to wait with the resolving the whole Sorel stuff. But I do want to go and... Oh no. Does anybody know how to solve this bug? It haunts me from time to time. Jesus. Is that the one? Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. Yeah, so this is like one of the, for me at least, and this is particularly when you play with this rule set, because when I lock myself out of the consumables, like let's say the Peerless Focus Elixir, for instance, which would help me solve so many encounters, the Bloodlust Elixir, which would effectively make my character, I don't know, 50-100% stronger, something like that. I need to kind of think about what do I want to do. And one of the things that I built this character particularly around is the charisma stat. So the idea is to boost this stat as high as possible. And this is going to get to 24 before Miracle. That means I get the +7 to hit and 7 to damage, or not 7, sorry, +14 to damage on my Eldritch Blasts per blast. So the charisma damage goes to 24, that's 7 damage, and then the potent robes and the agonizing blast, so that's 14 extra damage per hit. And I have 3 hits, so that's 21 extra force damage every turn. That's the whole build, basically. And so for that reason, I have chose an ability score increase for the first one, and then I'm choosing the Warcaster feat as the second feat. And the Warcaster feat is obviously not a very strong feat in this game, but when you kind of take out the ability to produce that advantage on the saving throw, and I need to bring it in, because I can't afford to lose concentration on Wyll with the strategy that I'm running. So that's basically it. It's the Warcaster feat to maintain the haste spell for the most part, and then but that could also be Firewall, obviously, or Hunger of Hadar, and then the ability score increase, those two. And there are other very nice feats that I would love to have. Like, I would love to have the dual wielding feat, to dual wield Blood of Lathander and the rapier from Minthara, not Minthara, Mizora, to have that extra summon in the final fight against Merkel. I could also have, like, I don't know, the Falar Louvre I could use if that's what I wanted. The Spell Sparkler is not, it's not that valuable, but like, I mean, there are many options, so there are so many feats that I want, but I can't afford to lose concentration, and rolling a natural 1 in the spell concentration saving throw is just, it's a real possibility. But rolling 2 1s is, I would say, probably a bit more unlikely. Until the moment that it happens. But like, to this day, I haven't lost a single concentration saving throw against Merkel on any character with the Warcaster feat.
Let's see.
I love it how in Act 1 you get to fight 3 of these, and then in Act 2 you get to fight only 1. Like, why wouldn't they add more dangerous enemies? Because the mimics are for sure dangerous enemies. So there we go with the Spine Shutter Amulet. So probably I'll be using this amulet a little bit just to suss out if there's something like that I missed here, because I know that the reverberation works on the Eldritch Blast. The whole notion about spell attack on some of these items, a ranged spell attack applies apparently both to spell attacks, like for instance the Ray of Fire, but it also affects cantrips, which I've yet to see some kind of meaningful explanation about, but it seems like it does apply to both. Yeah, on my sorcerer, for instance, I did not pick the ASI, but the warlock just benefits so much from the ASI, in my opinion. But I'd love to have a discussion about this for sure. Any kind of argument about the whole charisma pick is definitely more than welcome. Cry for help. Now I'm already getting a little bit scared. Who's going to come help him? I will never find out. Okay. If you are able to talk him out of fighting you, you can just kill him without any. The perception fails with the loose planks. And then the letter should be down here, right? So in this chest, I think in Kith'rak's room is the letter to his wife, or the letter from his wife, which is the one that enables you to bypass fighting Kith'rak in the final fight against Merkel. And also the Cloak of Elemental Absorption is something I've seen some people use, and I'm very curious as to what I missed with that item. If there is a very specific usage for that item, because the whole short rest resource alone doesn't seem like it's worth it. Okay then. I think I'm done with Moonrise at present. So I think at this point I need to go and solve the Act 1 things. I have my, let's say, no, I don't have. I need to go to Last Light. And purchase from Tally
If you're all right by Jaheira, you're all right.
the Shade Clinger armor and the Cloak of Protection. I don't know that I need the Amulet of the Harpers, because the wisdom checks or saving throws. Yeah, let's go with this.
Take care now.
Equipping. Probably I do want to pay overprice for the boots in here. I do want these boots. In a couple of instances they can be meaningful to have. So Mattis sells the evasive shoes, which are a little too expensive right now for my economy. But let's see if I can't. Oh, it just doesn't work anymore. That's sad. It used to work. Yeah. Oh yeah, so a couple of things.
Yes?
Trade.
I'm sure you would. Now, if you're done
And so I want his ring. What the hell?
Yes? I'm sure you would. Now, if you're done right.
The ring of persuasion to get better vendor prices and whatnot. I should have gotten that earlier. Okay, so I'm not proceeding to do anything in the Last Light. I just wanted to kind of get a few things out of the way. I don't necessarily need level 7 to deal with the hag and Grim and whatnot, so I might as well just go back and start solving the rest. So let us head back. Probably want to deal with the Saisk as well. That was probably where the inspiration points were meant to go, come to think of it. So I'm just going to head over there. Yeah. Exactly. So Blackest, I've been looking at the combination of the evocation wizard and the warlock for a long time. It looks like a buttload of fun. Like you can really get that damage high. And also one of the things that's a little bit kind of contradictory with the evocation wizard is that the level 10 evocation wizard also applies the intellect bonus damage to the magic missiles, as far as I can read, and the combination of that, the magic missiles and the intellect modifier damage added, seems so strong. But then, yeah, you're a magic missile machine. But then you're not spending your turns on the Eldritch Blast, but yeah. But I think you're right. I think that combination could be really, really awesome. I really like that combination as well. Okay. So at this point, I'm going to go into the Seisk, and the only thing that I want for the run into the Seisk is that I want my warped headband of intellect from the ogres that I killed. And then probably like the bless spell, right? I believe that they are saving throws. Has always also been a long time since I did this, but I believe those to be saving throws. Then I'm going to equip the Shadeclinger armor here. And the Shadeclinger armor is going to give me advantage on all saving throws when I'm in the dark, and solving that bit means going to approximately this location, because out here you get out of the darkness, but like when you get into the, I don't know how they actually managed to code this, but like it seems like this works, and it seems like I need to approach the Seisk from the darkness, from the shadows, for it to work. And I don't know this for sure, but this is something that that I've been experiencing. Okay, I think we're ready to go.
Do you have a question? Or are you just going to stand there gawking?
But yeah, the ASI for charisma increase is something that I specifically use for this build, for the Eldritch Blast Warlock. I'm definitely not sure.
Tell me. Go to the safest.
I'm definitely not sure that it is the best for every class, every charisma class. I don't think that it is. But it seems to work okay for me, at least here. Okay, so I'm going to cast the bless spell. And then we're going to head into it. And the reason, obviously, why I want to lie into the device and undergo this horrible experimentation or operation here is because the bonus action for the illithid powers that I get as a result is just so great. So advantage from the clinging shadows and all of the pluses from various saving throw bonuses. Now we're going through the saving throws where I'm actually relatively strong. And then I get a fiend saving throw, which is I think it's also advantage. I don't think that it necessarily does anything for me. But it's a high roll that you need to pass, either way. And then deception.
If there's a chance the parasite lives, she wants it.
There we go. And then I get XP from her and her goons, so I want to get the hell out of dodge as fast as possible. Back to Act 1. And then the last thing that I need the inspiration points for is reading the book, the Therezzyn book. So I need to go actually and fight the spider, I think, as the next encounter, which I think I'll do next time. But fighting the spider is actually not that. I also have the ring to avoid the legendary action, but fighting the spider without the legendary action, without the ring is very, very doable. Just need to outrange the legendary action, and yeah, any kind of retribution damage that you yourself do, that means damage from the Armor of Agathis and whatnot, is going to be working very well, because that will not trigger. And now I have the clinging shadows on me, so I need to kind of figure out how it is that I remove that. There we go. Okay. Right. So for this, and this might seem like a ridiculous thing, but the spiders deal a lot of damage, and I want the poison resistance on for this bit. I think I've had more than one case of where I go in and I'm like, okay, this is just level 2 monsters or something. And then suddenly I get myself killed. Only the spider boots. It's weird that I don't know if this is a very common thing, but like most of the normally very early encounters, this is like, these are level 3 mobs. You would, with a normal playthrough where you have no idea about what the real danger of various mob types or groups, what the real danger is, you would normally just go and fight these very early on. And the difficulty rating, or the relative difficulty of the early fights in this game is just, I don't know how to put this, but it's not balanced very well, at least not for solo. I mean, you're going to have very fun fights in a group environment with even this kind of pack, but like the unlimited teleporting, or the unlimited misty step like effect from the spiders, for instance, is just, it's not even fun. All right, so probably I can just kill her, right? With, let's go and check real quick. Probably I don't need that much preparation to do this, I don't think. I don't have my spell though. I think I'm just gonna get my spell slots and then probably just get a zombie from this poor dead goblin child. No, I'm not making any kind of value call. Not at all. I love the way that they designed the first act. I love everything about it. I love it. I wish the rest of the game was more like Act 1 in terms of, you know, overpowered surprise combat situations that you had to deal with. That would be a dream scenario for me. So in no sense of the word would I want that to change, but it's just interesting that you go to the Duergar and you fight the Duergar in the Grymforge, and that fight is like, is like potentially easier than some random Act 1 skirmishes that you can have with goblins, where they just tear you apart in one turn. Alright, let us go. So I don't know if I want to actually just do this fight without the... I want to do it without the Ring of Free Action, just to kind of... just to take into consideration the way that it works and, like, famous last words, showcase how you can do the fight without. I know that a lot of people know exactly how to do this without. Most people probably think it's not worth the effort, which I don't need to do it, but like it's at least it's just interesting to see how it really works, like in terms of how you want to avoid that legendary action. And it doesn't seem very difficult actually once you get around to it. Again, famous last words. Did I already use my bless action? No, I didn't, so probably I'll use that. Probably for this fight, I actually want my Infernal Robe. Let's see. With the Fire Shield, because that's going to kill all of the small spiderlings without them being able to trigger the legendary action. Do I need to buff my Near Misser? No need. High saving throws. I don't know if the Armor of Agathis actually triggers electric veins. I assume that it's not, because I think that the retribution damage from the Armor of Agathis is actually counts not as the wielder dealing damage. As weird as that may sound, because the whole the trick of the legendary action is that it's during an attack. And I don't think that it counts as such. Anyway, let's get to it. Do I want the Spine Shutter Amulet for this? Probably yes. This is probably the one fight where I really want the Spine Shutter Amulet. To try and see if I can't trigger that reverberation on the Spider Queen when she's the only one left. I am going to optimize shenanigans with throwing her down from the webs and whatnot. So let's just see how this is going to go. Do I desperately need... Just positioning. So probably just going to kick off the fight by shooting her. The poison resistance ring, I mean, that's pretty important, I think. And I don't have the critical strike immunity, so that could potentially kill me. But let's see how it goes anyway. Simply don't have the range for this. No, I'm going to try and do without the Ring of Free Action. Right now, I just want to trigger the fight. Don't want to do it using this spell. So maybe I can... I don't quite know if she has vision on me here. This is a little bit dodgy. Can she see me? Potentially she can see me at this point. I need to pass another turn here. When I could shoot the web. That should trigger the fight. Oh no. Okay then. So at this point, I think it's safe to use the magic missiles here. So I could use them on... I'm just going to shoot his face spider here. Let's go. Oh, the reverberation worked. And for whatever reason, the combat did not trigger. That wasn't intentional. And we're still saving the web. Okay, I'm going to go out of... There we go. Alright, so the Gossamer Tomb, she shoots... Look, she shoots the Gossamer Tomb immediately following me killing her underling. So... And I need to go to the bathroom really bad. But I just want to say, Critique, if you're still listening, that what happened was that I shot the magic missile on the face spider down here, and in combat mode, because it died, did not trigger the combat. Triggering the combat with my imp caused her to immediately use her Gossamer Tomb. But what she does is that she actually shoots a projectile. So the Gossamer Tomb has, I think it's a range of 30 meters or something with European measurements. And those 30 meters obviously span across the entire arena. But because I'm hiding behind the rock, she can't actually hit me. And the whole idea / trick to this is that whenever I have to kill something that of hers, is that I need to kind of just block her from not being able to hit me. And I don't know why, but it just works. I'm going to cast the Fire Shield. Oh, you do this without the ring. Okay, sorry. I thought that you were asking why I wasn't applying the ring. Apologies. Oh, no. This was intentional. This was absolutely intentional. I just want to see, this is the last of this round. So actually, let's just see. The Face Spider Matriarch begins the next turn. But she doesn't have her legendary action right now. So what I can do is I can take Mr. Zombie and roll the dice over here. Or maybe Maybe the Crowing Gnaw is going to disappear when I end the turn, but we'll have to see. And here comes a discharge. This is the one thing that I'm afraid of, because the poison attack that she does, with all of her damage modifiers, it can add up to 24 damage. And with a crit, that's 48 damage. And like basically, that's a thing that can happen. So, and even with poison resistance, that's just no fun. Anyway, she has a very, very bad position. I don't know if I can actually... I should probably attack her with one shot and then destroy the web with the other. But the question is, when she's prone, she shouldn't be able to Gossamer Tomb me. So that's the assumption here. So 60 damage from that fall is always a strong... Oh, the gnawing Crowing Gnaw is up. If I can manage to get a zombie up, that's very, very good. But I don't know if I can. I need to get it to 12 HP for the Call of the Week to trigger. Which I don't think that's not going to happen here. So that sucks a little bit. I'll shoot. Oh, I could have critted. Ah, bad call. Come on. Yeah, there we go. This is just stupid. Like, okay. But generally, getting the zombie boss up and running in this fight is just stupid. Okay. Probably I just want to kill... Just want to kill this guy. Yeah. And she shoots. Where's the Gossamer Tomb? Okay, it's not coming. I'm not going to kill these spiders because I want to make zombies out of them. You don't quite know Connor is the... Yeah. Yeah, I love the fact that Connor really, I mean, he really has a place now. He's really, yeah. He's really getting to a place where he's just part of the game in a really, really cool and awesome way. See, I don't know if I want to go now and actually just going to summon my dog for the lols. Pushing on the summons. I mean, probably the answers. Oh, sorry, on the Eldritch Blast. Yeah, but I don't want to. I don't want to knock her into the chasm. So, why did this zombie actually get Gossamer Tombed? Oh, it's because they just automatically attack. Yeah. And here comes the attack. Go ahead. And misses. Oh yeah, it's the repelling blast. I do have it. Yeah. I mean, even at level 5, I think this encounter's not that problematic. It's just that I don't have any very specific reason to do it very early. This is just stupid. I mean, look at the zombies. If you can get this zombie boss rolling in any kind of encounter of consequence, it is just stupid. Okay. I'd love to get this rope to work. I know that people have tried, and I think most people have failed, but I'm sure that there's some people who found some way to make those poisonous ropes work with the added poison damage to spells. I think is absolutely interesting, but also definitely problematic. Okay. Okay, sending you back. Let's see. Do we have it? Yes, Clinging Shadows. I don't think you necessarily need the Clinging Shadows advantage on saving throws buff, but it's definitely nice to have for this row of checks. I enjoy it at least, so I always use it. And so I want to read the book once I find the amethyst hidden behind the spider, because the buff that you get from the book is fantastic, and obviously I'll be using the book. I know that some people consider this a trap, but I really enjoy the actual ability that this book gives you, and I plan on using it on the Netherbrain as well. So I'm going to open the book, and then I'm going to read through this. Oh, the warlock already has advantage. It's the same check though. Yeah. Yeah, but what spell did you use, Sublacus? What spell did you use to piggyback off the ropes? If you were using the ropes, that is. Because that could be like a thematic playthrough, that you pick a class that can do poison, and then you only use only use poison spells. Yeah, okay. Very nice, yeah. Ray of Sickness is such a great spell. There we go. Alright. So that gives me, let us see, Forbidden Knowledge, which is the +1 bonus to wisdom, saving throws, and ability checks. Fantastic. Alright, so I think pretty much outside of the Hag and Grim, and then a couple of minor skirmishes, the Owlbears for instance, I want somebody to talk about the goddamn Owlbears. I went there. I have a playthrough that I'm doing on off stream when I don't have time to be on stream, which is 90% of the time. And I went to try and fight the Owlbears on a level 6 rogue. And that was just, it felt like almost impossible. Like I just couldn't kill them. And another thing is that the owlbear encounter is that there is actually a safe spot that you can go to in that fight where your character is not targetable by the owlbear or the cub. But the owlbear mate is scripted differently, or it's coded differently, or whatever. So it can climb the rocky crevices. It can go to places where the mother cannot go. And so once the honor mode started and I went in there, I realized that the owlbear mate was just killing me outright. So I mean I know that, with enough front loading and throughput, you can just blast them to bits in like 1 or 2 turns. But if you don't have an extreme amount of throughput, how the hell do you deal with them? And last time I saw somebody fight them as well was, I think that was the Power Hour. I think he was fighting them, or maybe I think that was the Power Hour, and it just tore him apart. I mean, they just killed him. So I'm really curious about this, because obviously you go there for the for the cup, to get the cup as an ally if that's what you want to do, or get the spear from the cave, or get the owlbag, or whatever reason you have to go there. But the XP is of course negligible. It's almost nothing. So why would you go there outside of the reason of completionism? But like, if somebody can tell me how they effectively deal with the owlbears, I'm curious to hear that, because I find it to be an extremely unbalanced encounter. And it might be that I'm just not seeing it, but like, it's giving me problems, I have to say. That sounds fun, so Blackish with the magic missiles. I mean, there are loads of things, obviously, that I didn't try out, but that looks fun as well. Now, the ogres, sorry, critique the owlbears. Oh, you solved the owlbears using the ogres. Okay. If that was what you meant. Unless I misunderstood. Okay. Gotcha. But how do you deal with your the owlbear? Do you just ignore them, or do you fight them, or how do you go? How do you go about that? Okay, of course, obviously, yeah, I totally agree that it all depends on the class. But I'm just really curious, because I tried it on that rogue and it was an assassin. I was like, this has to be super easy at level 6, and I just got destroyed. Like, I've never been destroyed that much in any fight. And so I did a dishonorable reload, and I tried it over. I think I did the fight 10 times before I managed to kill the owlbears. And I was like, okay, fair enough. Like, the rogue or the assassin as a standalone monoclass might not be very strong, but it was really horrible. Like, I've never tried anything like that. Oh yeah. Thank you, say. Okay, yeah. No. The idea is to fight the owlbears. And then afterwards, obviously, collect everything that they have in their cave. But the idea is to fight the owlbears. Here are the owlbears, let's fight them. And so I even had the assistance of the siblings of the, I forget their names right now, but you know who I'm talking about. The infamous twins of the gold dwarf. And so, siblings, sorry. And I went in there with everything, like everything stacked up. And I could not kill the 2 owlbears. I couldn't kill them. I got into that mood where, like, I want to make a video about this when I finally figure it out. Because I know it's why would I go there? It's not necessary. It was just, you know, I wanted to say, I wanted to do it right. But like, but if somebody signs that out just for the fun of it, I would be happy. I mean, if you're a character that can front load really, really heavily and like one turn one of the owlbears, I think that's a lot easier than. But like, if you cannot one turn them. I wish I had recorded the whole show. It was horrible. I felt like I had never played the game before after that affair. I mean, the class was horrible. It was Astarion as a level 6 rogue with the assassin subclass, because I wanted to try and see, you know, what is the assassin subclass? What is it really? And without the multiclass, I think that the assassin subclass must be the worst out of the 3 subclasses. And I know I might be out of line saying that, because maybe somebody knows more than I do, but it feels like it sucks so bad. Like you get an extra advantage, I think, following the initial round after the fight starts, where you automatically crit or something. But that doesn't last you very long unless it's a very, very big crit. And I went in there with the Club of Hill Giant Strength and the Titan String Bow, like the combo that I would expect to do very well, and I was unable to kill them. And I don't think anybody is going to make use of intimate knowledge about how to kill the owlbears, because I don't think a lot of people care. But I was just surprised about how difficult that felt. Because they get the blade ward function, or the resistance to piercing damage. And very quickly when they rage, and so if you kill the one owlbear, the other one gets the resistances. So now you're dealing with basically twice the HP of the that means 200 HP that you need to dig through in a sense. And there are 2 of those, right? Somebody just help me. I was really frustrated. It felt, yeah. Yeah, definitely, Sehuke. I know exactly what you're saying. And so I know that the combination of the Gloomstalker and the Assassin is what it is, I know. But like, I wanted to see what can the thief do on its, sorry, not the thief, but what can the rogue do on its own. And right now my conclusion is very little. But I want somebody to kind of talk me into the idea a little bit more. This is probably where I'm going to cheese the hell out of this and use the Darkfire Shortbow. This is another example where this is a very easy fight, except when all of the skeletons critically hit you and deal maximum damage with the Ray of Frost. Then it goes from fun to being not fun. Be an owlbear. Oh, I you know, I'll level with you. Don't get me talking about the druid. I've played one on myself, like on surfer level, and it has a lot of tools inside of the toolbox. And I was playing a Circle of the Land Druid, and even the Circle of the Land Druid felt a little bit like that the whole shape shifting aspect of the druid, it wasn't. I mean, I didn't feel penalized because I had to spend a full action for the shapeshift, because now I'm shapeshifting and I'm doing the crushing flight instead of shapeshifting as a bonus action and then only having my main action available to me in the circle of the land. So I'm just like, I'm convinced that the druid might like overall be one of the best classes for the game, in my opinion. And I don't mind saying that. That's what it feels like. If you want to kind of rate, you know, all of the classes or all of the characters and builds and whatnot, and let's say that we have a category like, which is like S+, which is, you know, the best builds in the game, like I think the Fire Sorcerer probably, and the Gloomstalker Assassin character, maybe the Paladin slash Swordspark combination. Those builds that are just very, very crazy. And maybe people agree on, maybe people want to rate those differently, but what I'm saying is you have that group of characters, and then you have the very strong characters, where I think the druid belongs in the S category, in my opinion. I think it's a very, very good class. Yeah. But if you've ever tried, you did this. I saw you doing this, and I went in there, and I didn't plan on doing this, but I went in there with the backup plan is, if this happens, I'll do this. And so with the hack fight, you go into that fight in the owlbear shape or whatever, and you basically don't care about the hack. You just waltz around and you deal with her images, and then you get her to her 50% or whatever, and she makes new copies, and you kill those copies, and then you hit her down. And once the first owlbear shape wears off, you just equip the next, because then you're immune to the whole person, if that's what you're, I mean, if you're not wearing the ring. So it's just, there are so many situations where the druid just soars above, in my opinion, a lot of the other, at least if you think about the monoclass, like monoclasses, then the druid is just insane. I think this is it. Okay, you didn't even use wild shape. Yeah, you did the, yeah, but yeah. I actually, I remember watching, I think the first time I found you, I think that was watching you on YouTube, I think, with your summoner. Your Druid of the Spore, Circle of Spores, I think it was. Yeah, I think that was the first time I found you on the web. And that seemed to be very strong, and like I realized that summonings in this spell, no matter what you do, is just ridiculous. Like even with this warlock, just using shovel, for instance, with us and the earth elemental already, I'm a lot stronger with this character. So why am I not buffed up? Okay. My brain stopped functioning. What is it that I'm doing? This is another okay, I didn't know. Okay. Yeah. I mean, and I'm not a druid player, so I mean, I'll leave the druid meta discussion to you guys, because I'm definitely not a druid player. But from what I could tell, just playing the druid, it felt like the strengths, it just had some really good strengths, and the owlbear obviously is one of them. It's just, it felt really strong. But I'm not a druid player. All right, so Blackers, help me out here. Out here, because you were talking about and this is something that I don't know. The reverberation is nothing I've never specifically gone into the reverberation as a strategy to solve the game, but I know that a lot of people do this. So let's say that I want to kill these two guys. I'm just going to open the door, and so Boothir, even with her single attack per turn, has very high mobility. And she, if you decide to kill the bugbear first, becomes very strong. Like, her single target damage is very high. And I've had the situation multiple times when doing this, and this is a stupid small thing, right? Doesn't give a lot of XP, and it's ridiculously dangerous, in my opinion. I'm like, do I actually want to kill her first? I know that I can cast Hunger of Hadar and solve it that way. But like, let's say that I didn't have the Hunger of Hadar spell. Would reverberation as a way of kind of dealing with a strong mob, would that be enough with 2 attacks? Let's say that I have the Spineshotter Amulet to help with my reverberation from my Eldritch Blast, and now the Boots of Stormy Clamor that interacts with the ability drain effect. So if I want to kind of pin her down, I just want to quickly science this out. I know I'm not having full HP, so probably I'm going to cast this spell just for the hell of it. Okay, and then I'm going to try and target Uthia just to see what happens. Okay, so she's immediately reverberated, and I'm still not in combat. Okay, let's check this out. 2 stacks of reverberation and she's prone, but that speaks to the fact that she failed a saving throw. And now I need to go and I need to look at the items again here. So it seems a little bit like it seems a little bit like she immediately received at least 5 stacks of reverberation, but judging from her character card, she had 7 stacks of reverberation. How in the world is that possible? How does this work? How does this make sense? She has 2 stacks currently of reverberation. Is it because that when I inflicted prone on her, this re-triggered the boots? Is that it? Yeah, okay. Fair enough. That's OP. That's crazy. But so the 2 turns of reverberation initially came from ability drain. And that can apply like this. The boots can apply multiple times per turn. And the Spineshotter Amulet, oh, now I see. So because I do 2 Eldritch Blasts, that's already 4 turns of reverberation. And then the boots were 2 more because of the ability drain. But that's 6. So that still does not quite account for the fact that she has 2 reverberation on her now. Maybe it's because she gets to 5, and then it executes the thunder damage, and then it goes to 0, and then the boots reapply from the prone. Crazy stuff. Alright, let's see what she does. But if that's how that works, then I can work with that, I think. Then actually reverberation is really good. I mean, outside of the super glitchy, unlimited damage per turn versions of the, which I don't care about. But like just the basic working as intended versions of it. Okay. And then she's prone, but now she did not get the it's definitely wonky because now she didn't get the additional. Yeah. So probably I would prefer killing Burthia first because the enraged version of this Ochre is just no fun to fight. Did she save? Oh, sorry, say okay, I didn't see. Let's just quickly check. Nope. Oh, she did. Oh no. Oh, you're right. So, but she fell prone, right? She did fall prone. She receives condition prone. She succeeds saving throw against reverberation. And then she's prone. And then she fails the saving throw against reverberation. So she fails the second saving throw. I'm not like over the whole reverberation discussion. I don't know how it works. I simply don't know how it works. All right, guys. I think I need to go now for all kinds of reasons. I think I overstayed my in-game welcome. So I'll have to pick up and do the rest of Act 1 with the Hag and Grim next time I turn on the stream.
Heading out.
So I am going to use the major privilege of raiding somebody, which I hope will be okay with you guys. And I'm going to raid, I think, Nazato, who's currently online. And I definitely need to go because it's 3 o'clock and I have a million things to do. All right, so thanks a lot for joining, guys. I hope to see you another time, and I'll see you in your respective raids.
Does that make sense?